Oh, I'm trying to figure out what it is. Oh. There we go. I guess I'll do a quick review on this since somebody's watching this, but these fucking things are good. These fucking things are good. I fucking couldn't believe how good it was. It's a Nature Valley Biscuits almond butter. Man, this shit's good. Very delicious. I'll just do the review real encapsulated. It's delicious. I've eaten them before. They're fucking good. What can I say? That's what kind of review this is. I've already eaten it, but it's good. Type of review, you know? God, that's good. I'll be right back. There's only one in right now, so I'm just going to see if maybe two pop in. I'm gonna go get a couple of Coca-Colas. So my on ice, maybe a few Coca-Colas on ice. Now I'm gonna smoke some weed. And stuff like that. Be right back. Okay, so I got my little ice bag, my Cokes. Ice bag, my Cokes, and I'm gonna grab a Coke right fucking now. Because Coca-Colas are awesome. And you know another thing about Coca-Colas that you may not know, they make excellent and the only best, one of a kind, chocolate phosphates. I don't even think Dairy Queen employees would know what to do if you ask for one. But the truth of the matter is, if you get Coca-Cola and you put it with, let's say, about four squirts of chocolate, maybe actually you probably put 6 squirts of chocolate for a, I don't know, like a fucking whatever ounce cup, like that big. Well, you only get them big. When you get a chocolate phosphate, you get a fucking big one, all right? And they put like 6, 8 fucking squirts of chocolate in there. I guess it depends on how chocolatey you want it. But then they squirt a little seltzer, yeah, the water, seltzer, the fizz water, and they put some of that in there because when you put the chocolate and you mix it, it loses a lot of it. So you have to rehydrolate it. A chocolate phosphate, but no chocolate today. I'm just having a Coke. And they are the best. Chocolate phosphates make, if Coca-Cola came out, with a chocolate ass phosphate, okay, soda, guaranteed it would do well. Period. End of story. No questions. They have never done, I don't even think they've ever test marketed anything like that. But if you go, the old ice cream shop we used to go to, they used to give an option of, hey man, if you want a good soda, we make chocolate phosphates here. And you'd be like, what the fuck is that? It's like, I don't even know what you're talking about. And then you'd be like, oh, it's just a Coca-Cola and you squirt chocolate in there and then you mix it with some more seltzer or whatever you call it, the fizz water. And yeah, fucking shit's delish, man. People always compliment me on this fucking costume jewelry I got on Amazon. It's not it, but they're kids. They don't know any better, It's like, hey, man, this is like fucking gumball machine fucking shit. I don't even know if they've had gumball machine exposure, exposure to a gumball machine. These kids out here, they don't even know what that shit's all about. But you go in North Hollywood and you walk around, every Mexican kid knows what a goddamn gumball machine is. I guarantee you that. And matter of fact, when they go to the whatever that giant Mexican supermarket is, they always fucking bring your kids and put them on the little moving fucking things outside, like to keep their kids busy. Or no, they don't even do that. They just sit there and watch them on those stupid ass things. I guess if a kid gets a kick out of it, whatever. I'd rather see, if I had kids, I'd teach them all how to fucking longboard, ride motorcycles, jump out of airplanes with a parachute. I'd probably teach them really early and get a lot of flack. People say, you're abusing your kid. You're making them parachute out of a plane. It's 5 years old. You can't do that. I don't know. I'd probably do it, though. I'm the kind of guy, if the kid wanted to do it, I'd let him. God, these are good. These are so fucking good. And you wouldn't expect Nature Valley to hit it on the mark with the almond butter cookie, but it is good. I guess you have to be an almond butter fanatic or learn to be, and then start making comments like I just did about this stuff because it's really awesome. I guess I'm an almond butter fan at that point, Yeah, man, there's not one Mexican kid in North Hollywood who doesn't know what a fucking gumball machine is, And when I say gumball machine, I'm talking about like fucking 20 different kinds with not just gumballs, but prizes. All kinds of prizes. Oh, yeah, you might get gumballs on this one, or you might, no, actually, it works out differently. They got a gumball machine. And then they got maybe a couple others with other shit in it, like Tootsie Rolls and fucking, I don't know what all they put in. Then the rest of them are all toys inside the fucking gumball machine. And it's like a giant wall full of them. You know, you have to have a goddamn library ladder to get to the top. And, you know, now I'm just saying there's so many of them in those Mexican places. They you know, the Mexicans are like, well, we are with our kids, but on steroids. They not only buy fucking get them all those fucking kind of little things to keep them, you know, from crying and shit. They also fucking spoil. A lot of the Mexicans spoil their kids. Once they get over here and they're established, they have good jobs. They don't want their kids to feel like they're without because, you know, they're from Mexico. So they all get spoiled. There's very few Mexican families who do not spoil their kids. And I'm just saying, that's how they are. I'm sorry. That's my opinion. Matter of fact, if you go into a restaurant out west anyway, and there's a Mexican family in there eating with tons of kids, and they're loud and obnoxious and tearing shit up and almost ruining and actually, in some cases, maybe damaging some of the fucking shit in the fucking restaurant. Now, one motherfucker will lift a finger to say, hey, quit doing that. I swear to God. Not one motherfucker. Matter of fact, oh shit, this came down. Because I took my wheels off. Oh well. Yeah, we could put it at an angle. What the hell? Put it at an angle. There we go. Put it at a fucking angle. Maybe not. Maybe not. Yeah, could we fucking put it up? No, that's not gonna work. Fuck my octagonal sign. We'll figure something out. Fuck octagonal signs for now. Let's put it over here near my goddamn Coca-Colas. And I actually am glad I don't get a lot of those fucking loser subscribers from fucking loser channels. I really am glad. You know, like, you know, I'm mentally ill and I want to talk about my parents till I die. I might as well still have diapers on. By the way, you know, I mean, that's their topics. I'm going to complain about my parents in my mid 30s, even though they're fucking have nothing to do with me if they can avoid me at all costs. I'm going to still complain about them after I'm an adult. And then you got, you know, you can tell that like King Cobra JFS has been ostracized from his parents. Because they'll say shit like, oh yeah, they didn't want me to do this, or they don't want me to do that. He was probably on so much fucking, you know, smoking that fucking fake weed and shit, and they probably said, get the fuck out of here. Oh, well, I've got Asperger's. Well, get the fuck out of here anyway, type of thing. Why are you giving me such a hard time? Just get the fuck out of our house, okay? And if you ever come back, make sure it's for the bare minimal. Like if you need something, you know, make sure it's something like a fucking old hand-me-down underwear and rotten shirts. Have a nice day, bitch. No, that's how I'd treat him if I was his fucking dad. Sorry. I'd say take your Asperger's, you know, and fucking you're kicked out officially. I don't give a fuck what you do. I don't know, man. You know, look, if you go back in the 1800s, how many motherfuckers were running around with Asperger's? Like zero. Come on, man. 5, what are you doing? How many people were running around with mental illness? Like none. The only ones that were mentally ill were usually people that could not function in society, and it was such a small amount because nobody wanted to be locked up in a 1800s motherfucking mental institution, scared the living shit out of them. So they were like, well, I'm not going to be lazy and act like a mental case because I'll end up in that fucking thing. So I guess I'm going to have to be smart and learn how to be a fucking blacksmith after all. You know, because back then, that's just how it was. I'll have to put aside any fantasies I may have that some people were saying were voices in my mind when really it was just me thinking. but I'll just go ahead and act like a normal human being because I don't want to get locked up in that place. You know? No, but these days everybody's, and you know, other people say, oh, it's the environment has done it. Well, it probably has played a part in ADHD and a few other things, and government as well. Inoculations and whatever they do, that's covert. People are just so fucking frustrated when I say shit like that. They don't even want, I don't know what it is they want because they sure don't ask about it. But it's almost as if they don't care if they get fucking tested, sprayed, whatever. The people that have ever come to my channel, they don't seem to give a flying fuck that they've, you know, there's a legal action to fucking test you like Mengele on a million times fucking exaggerated basis, if not fucking 20 million times exaggerated basis. But they don't care because, oh, that guy, he's crazy. It's easy to say something like that and not look into something. Or another reason they don't pay any attention is, well, he doesn't post any links or any of that shit. Well, if you fucking live off fucking links, man, you, like I said in the past, motherfucker, you just should live off hot dog links then, bitch. Okay, because you ain't gonna get nowhere with computer fucking information half the time. More than likely, you're only gonna gain about 20% enlightenment from any kind of computer information. But if it has to do with something that could be considered by, let's say, a coined term from the CIA in 1968, fucking conspiracy theory, well, then it's out the door. We don't care. No, conspiracy theory is actually just that. It's just a speculation about another avenue of thought in relation to something that may or may not need an answer. So when people go in other directions with 9/11 and they say, they're all conspiracy theorists, well, that's because they're brainwashed. Those people that say there's conspiracy theory. Yeah, they're fucking making their opinion about it, and you're just using a terminology to disqualify it. That's it. By saying, oh, it's a conspiracy theorist, he got to be nuts. No, you've been brainwashed by the CIA's coined two-word vernacular. You've been brainwashed. I'm gonna smoke some goddamn weed. You know, I like being an atheist because I can say that shit and not feel any guilt or nothing. So it feels actually soothing to say, God damn, motherfucker, you know? I was just telling the kids today, what if Santa was not fat, but he was like the Incredible Hulk? They're looking at me like, what? I was like, that'd be a great movie. You know, Santa, the Incredible Hulk Santa or some shit. You know, now what happens is, if I was to be a director and come up with an idea, it would be Santa, normal Santa, like but at a, you know, a mall or some shit, like fucking Bad Santa or whatever. But this one is just a normal Santa, you know, doing his job, Santa. And this movie is really cool because, you know, he kind of like the Incredible Hulk, something happens and he just becomes this giant monster, like fucking in Heckle and whatever, you know, Jekyll and Hyde. 5, except it's got a monster that is bigger than the Incredible Hulk. You want me to scratch your ear, 5? Hold on a second. I gotta scratch his ear. Hold on, Bubba. Let me get your ear. Good boy. All right, there you go, Bubba. All right, no problem, Bubba. Just anytime, buddy. My dog needed me to coordinate his ear itch so that it didn't itch anymore, and I did just that. And I had him lick the wax off my finger. No, it doesn't smell like shit, but it could possibly in the future. Yeah, so the Santa, you know, turns into this giant fucking like Incredible Hulk type creature, but it's so visually encapsulating because it's not just a mass of muscle, but it's actually the shoulders extend out and everything extends out so that all the muscles it's got don't rub up against anything. So it make it look so much better than the Incredible Hulk. Because when you see the Incredible Hulk, it kind of looks stupid when he's got everything's rubbing together, and yet he's so agile he can hop a fucking couple thousand feet up in the air. So yeah, the Santa though, when he turns into wherever metamorphosizes, he fucking all his muscles are just expanded out, and so that they swing without rubbing up against this and this and so it looks a little more mechanically dangerous, if you will, biological, if you want to call it that, obviously, but just a little more mechanically dangerous than a big old Incredible Hulk, which is everything's rubbing together. So how could it possibly be agile, right? So yeah, and this Santa, it would be kind of like slightly insectoid looking, but it'd still have the fucking Santa beard. Oh, that'd be great. It'd be a great science fiction horror movie. Fucking awesome. And of course, this thing would show up and the kids are thinking, oh, it's Santa on the roof. But no, it's this thing, right? And the mother's like, no, that's too loud for Santa, son. That's too loud for Santa. I'm going to have to get in the basement, because the roof would be like breaking from the weight of the thing on it. And plaster and shit would be breaking, and falling onto the carpet. And she's like, hurry up, get in the basement. And instead of bad Santa, it'd have that comedy backdrop, but it would be dead serious science fiction horror. That'd be so funny. And of course, what would even be funnier is the creature actually fucking still has in its mind what it's doing, acting like Santa. So somehow that stays in its mind when it changes and metamorphosizes. So it feels sorry for a few people that it remembered when it was a normal human being, and it finds a bunch of shit from the store and just steals it all and runs over there and gives it to them. That's a great movie right there, man. You can't fucking beat a movie like that. And it would have that comedy backdrop, and of course it would become a cult favorite, of course, because I'm fucking Octavian Smasher and I'm a genius when it comes to fucking creativity, bitch. And of course the Santa suit would fucking come off, but he'd still have the hat. The hat would stay on because his head wouldn't grow too much more bigger. But and whenever the hat falls off, he puts it back on and looks at it first. Or before he puts it back on, he kind of looks at it like, and then puts it back. Oh, yeah, smells it real good. A lot of, and of course not the bad, but the Incredible Hulk like Santa fucking has, when it turns into this creature, it grows these giant Brezhnev looking fucking eyebrows that grow huge over its entire face and just kind of hang down over here. Fucking arrived. And it farts. And it likes McDonald's. It fucking goes to McDonald's and like raids the entire restaurant, breaks the roof off, goes and steals all the fucking food that's already cooked, looks at the raw meat, sniffs it, and throws it down, fucking goes for the Big Macs and shit. Oh, no, I could just roll with an idea like that. I could have some fun with that. I ain't gonna lie, I could really have some fun like that with that, actually. And whenever no one comes in my chat, I'll always reiterate, don't give a fuck, okay? Because this is a video. This is the same thing I'd do if I made a video. And not that my videos get that much, attention. I'll be honest, I straight up piss people off. They want you to believe one thing and you refuse to believe what they believe. And they get straight up pissed off. Now, some people give in, kiss ass, and be nicer to, I guess, whatever, anyone that may or may not come in and watch their channel or comment. And when they do, doesn't ever really make me feel like special. Other than that, I don't do that. So it makes me feel special that I don't do that. I do not kiss ass. I do not, So eventually somebody that's like me will start noticing my channel and come to it. Because I'm not going to sit here and cater to anyone. I do what the fuck I want when I want. And yeah, I got a fucking nice house. So a lot of these motherfuckers, they don't have shit. A lot of them are homeless doing their goddamn blog. And they're gay or some stupid shit. There's always some angle that they have that you have to, well, why would I fucking subscribe to a faggot, Or why would I fucking subscribe to a goddamn transvestite? There's this one motherfucker called InSurf. I only did it because some chick said, yeah, I'm on this show, my channel. So I subbed to it. And then I realized this guy's a fucking transvestite. So I fucking went off of it. I unsubscribed. But I kept it there for a while because she was trying to, sell me a bill of goods. Hey man, don't worry about the way he is. He's a Trump supporter or some stupid shit. I was like, at this point, I don't give a fuck what he is. Other than the motherfucker's a transvestite, bitch. So I'm getting pissed at a couple women right now. One of them is supposed to be a friend, so I'm not even going to mention her name anymore. The other one is, I'm not going to mention her name either, but because, just out of respect, but I'm not like hating on them or anything. I think I'm I do what I want. I get on somebody's anxiety list too, because even if they become my friend, they eventually start having anxiety. Man, maybe I shouldn't even be commenting on his stuff, or maybe I shouldn't say anything on his shit. Okay, well, wouldn't you know it? Right when I'm talking about this, she explains herself. Well, obviously, a little bit weird on the timing, so I'll forgive her. And I was going to forgive her anyway. I was just not going to talk about it anymore. My videos and stuff. It's not that. Yeah, of course I want somebody to come in. Of course. Why wouldn't I? I mean, I'm like anyone else. And I have had 8 in before, and I only have 45 subscribers, so I don't think I'm doing lousy. Even though a lot of these videos lately are pulling in 1. That's just because people are on other people's channel. I'll be honest, a lot of people, and I don't know why, and I don't even give a fuck about the dynamics. My eye is dry right now. Like DLF, because he's just such a loser and talks about his parents like they owe him a bill of goods on the way they treated him growing up, which may be true, but you don't. When you're a grown adult, you don't complain about your parents. It's just you don't have to be a brain surgeon to know that. It's fucking simple. When you're doing shit, probably a good idea not to talk about your family in any way, whether it's be good or bad, because, it can cause some things, and, it can cause problems. But not for him. But I look at it like this, man. You grow to be an adult. You shouldn't even have to think about parents at that point. Once you're a fucking adult, you don't think about parents. It's that simple. You think about them like, yeah, I remember, I love my mom or whatever. Or I don't love them or whatever. But you don't bring it up on YouTube, make a goddamn fucking sideshow, freak show out of it. So I'm pissed at him for talking about his family all the time because he's like a little baby with diapers. That can't never, he's like, man, you don't change my diapers enough. You didn't teach me how to drive, and nonstop about his parents. It's like, dude, don't you get a clue? This shit's going to get old eventually. It already is to me, but other people are eventually going to go sick of hearing about his goddamn family who really don't give a fuck about him. Period. End of story. Shut up, bye. Although I will say his mama Scrunch came to his defense once, and all I did was make a video making him look stupid. And she said, don't take that video down. You're, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, hey, look, I am the guy who fucking said, listen to your loving mother. And she never said anything back to me after that. Because, yeah, that makes sense, Even if he doesn't like his mom, he should love his mom because it's family, and that's how you do it. You don't fucking complain about him on YouTube. Sorry, it's just something you don't do. It's a unspoken word that you should already know that talking about your parents on YouTube is probably the worst idea. And the same goes for his charges, whatever they are, chasing women for what? Because who would even bother fucking with lesbians with rainbow hair? Number one, if you're a heterosexual, who even cares about stalking those? I'm not a stalker, but I mean, what I'm saying, if you're a stalker, why would you fucking go in that direction? If you're a heterosexual, why aren't you stalking normal pussy? Why do you have to go after a fucking lesbian on top of everything? To make it like, why? Because they don't have boyfriends. Exactly, bro. And when fucking Clint came up to you and offered you food, which is probably a good idea to turn it down since it probably had ass in it or something. But at the same time, you got to remember, you didn't want a confrontation. You said, I just want to be left alone. But while you're at home, you're talking shit about Clint all day long, how you did this at the garage sale, how you did that, how you did. And then when he comes up to you for real, while you're doing your YouTube channel, what do we get out of it? We get, I just want to be left alone. I just want to be left alone, like that. Bro, don't wear a battle jacket because somebody's going to beat on you, and it's going to be because you are promoting your behavior, which is absurd, okay? Number one, Clint didn't do anything right by making accusations and not bringing it to fruition, but that's about it. You could have left that to the dogs, but no, he has to find some kind of drama, deal up for his show. So you got to give it to him for that. At least he's finding drama. He's digging it right under a shit, but it's still drama. But yeah, if you're digging the drama up from a fucking big giant fucking turd pile, you can, I guess, still find some drama. It's not going to be Jerry Springer material, but hey, man, you can think that all you want. Or Maury Povich, and his little thing about I'm black, it's pretty much a sarcasm to him. He knows he's not black, and a lot of Italians don't have any fucking black in them. So I mean, not all Italians got fucking infiltrated by the Moors. So do your research, dude. Okay, there's a reason why there's a bunch of white fucking Italians. There's a reason why there's a bunch of fucking white ass fucking Spanish. Because guess what? There's whites in almost every fucking shit. No, Italians, obviously, they're going to have some mixes in them. But you can notice a lot of the time, a lot of Caucasian and Italian. So when if you see Italians that started having flared nostrils and then they were fucking touched by the Moors physically, okay? And when I say flared nostrils, I'm not just talking about directionally like that. I'm talking about as in the fucking nostrils are thick, okay? Because black people, have thicker nostrils, bigger noses in many cases, sometimes kind of different looking noses. And if you don't see those features in an Italian, then the guy doesn't have any black in him, period, all right? Now, anyone wants to differ with me, just open your flap, okay? Your fucking shit flap on top of your head. Argue anything with me. I'll fucking argue with you if you want to do it that way. I love to fucking argue my points. Motherfucker come in here and watch my thing and not say anything. Hey, I got some shit to say. Like, for instance, here's this is about Black Bigot. Okay, I just call him Black Bigot. I don't want to keep going with his name changes, even though I've had a few name changes myself. But mine are exclusively different than just, black this or black that or black that, whatever. Okay, so that's why I make up my new names. Mine are definitely exclusively different names. So on his channel, And if you look at, I mean, a lot of people will call him on his call nights or whatever. He does have call nights now. And, you know, they'll say some stupid shit, use the N word in the wrong way and everything. But if you look at Black Vegas, just because he has some black in him, it's obvious if you look at his skin color, you look at him, most of what I'm looking at is Caucasian. It's Caucasian. The dude is like fucking, you probably more than 75, if not 80% looking Caucasian. Now, yes, he does have some, you know, some features of either a snot-nosed white dude mixed with like just a normal black dude or something. He does have some weird features, but that's because he definitely is an Oreo. He is mixed with blacks. But if you look at him, he's mostly fucking white. So every time he says black this, black that, when people call up and call him N-word, I just look at him like they're stupid, you know, because he doesn't even read, to me, even though he's, you know, obviously I think I'm pretty, but maybe he does, you know, maybe he has, you know, more chicks than gets more chicks than I do. I don't know. But the point is this, he's mostly white, right? It's pretty obvious. He's probably grew up in a white family. I don't know if that's true, but, you know, but anyway, it doesn't really matter, you know, and look, as well, Jericho Green, just, I don't know, he emanates like he didn't get into the, you know, the gangster ghetto culture, probably because he had better morals, but also, you know, he may also had a better life growing up. I'm not sure, but I have a feeling he had a little more money in the house than the parents. Either that, or he just fucking developed well, good intellect over the years. But yeah, like he's got a good sense about him. But it seems like you know, a lot of blacks that are even smart at some point, even without, you know, even if they're intellectual, they start dressing like ghetto. But you have to be from a ghetto like that to be. Some people will try to do that later because they're just they don't want to get shot walking down the street, so they look as ghetto as possible on purpose, like a chameleon. It's not because they want to look like that, but around their fucking place, if you don't, you can run into issues. It doesn't mean you will, but there's an increased chance that if you don't act a little gangster when you're up in somebody's hood and you're living up in there, you motherfucking better have some kind of shit going on to where, you know, you may not want to do it, but you just do it because then you get good weed deals and everything else. You get way better weed deals. You drop your pants about, well, just an inch. Just, you don't even show your butt crack. Just show a little of your fucking boxer underwear. And no, you're not trying to get laid, but you know, it's because you're heterosexual. But at the same time, it's a ghetto thing. So the ghetto people are like, no, they don't think of it like, oh yeah, in prison it was like at one point that means you're open for sex. No, in the real world, it's just to pass muster if you're just trying to get a good dope deal, you know, get some good weed and shit. And I used to do that. I used to fucking talk a little black. I used to fucking, you know, wherever I had to do, and I do it in a comical way sometimes. So my friend would laugh. You know, I do it on, but it wasn't really overdone. It was just sometimes I would say shit, you know, like, and you know, it was just, you know, it was just the way it was. You know, it was kind of a little bit of sarcasm mixed in. You know, we used to, and he knew that I was mostly an act, obviously, but he got me good weed deals because of that. Because he was like, oh, at least the homeboy here, you know, tries to get down in the hood and shit, and like knows everybody. So, but he ain't a cop, you know. So people used to give me a little respect. Over time, I earned some respect for that but it wasn't something I wanted to do, but it would help me get good weed deals and shit. I literally got a half pound once for like, I swear to God, $100. It was just because, you know, I always played my act, you know, whatever I had to do to get a good weed deal. I got a half pound for $100 once. So, and you know, and it was funny because, yeah, it wasn't, you know, it wasn't mine. I had to sell it, but and make some profit as well. But, you know, I fucking ended up smoking like 2 ounces of it. And he tried to get, you know, I shorted him a little on that one. And he was like, why, you know, where's those 2 ounces? And I said, I smoked them. Sorry. I used to just take liberties, you know, whenever I did something like that. One time he came over trying to collect for that, bro, and I was like, no, I smoked him, bro. You know, sorry about that. I smoked 2 Z's. You know, I said, you were supposed to break me off a little more, and you didn't. And he says, yeah, but I gave you a half pound for $100. I'm like, yeah, but I would always make up something. And that weed wasn't top notch. It was just, you know, it was just some reg weed, some fucking, you know, something that'll get you nice and high, but it doesn't taste super great or any of that. It doesn't really have a super good smell, but good enough, you know. I don't fuck with that no more. I don't do any of that. I do smoke weed though. Anyway, so like for instance, I would like to see, and if I was to ask somebody that I really don't listen to improve his channel, I would say, look, man, you're gonna make some chi balls, do it at least somewhat real, and go into your fucking effects and videos and try to make a chi ball with effects. And I guess I'm referring to King Cobra JFS. Go in there and try to make your goddamn chi ball with effects, bro, and see if you can do better than me. At least I can do it in a visual way. At least it's not a fucking, you know, right in front of me like that. And neither is it for you. You fake, you know, everybody buys into your bullshit. And that's why you get all those dislikes too, by the way. You're not a real warlock, but the real warlocks aren't really supposed to show off stuff. So I have to do stuff in a tech way. So I'll make something like, you know, and I'll do it like a fucking warlock, but I'll just do it in a way that's a little bit more translatable visually. Because I'm not going to be able to do anything like that's too outrageous in front of everyone. So, you know, if you fucking think you're a warlock, then go on your goddamn effects modulator and make something like this. You know, if you can make something like that, you know, or this. And that goes on for how much? 2 minutes and 48 minutes of different effects. If you're a warlock, at the very least, you can do something like that for your crowds. You can at least, at the very least, do that for your crowd. But you don't. You don't do that for your crowd. You don't do shit for your crowd. You sit on your ass, you make wands that are nobody wants or is ever going to be able to do magic with. So that's a ripoff. And kind of like pet rocks, maybe, yeah, legally you're going to make some money off a bunch of dumbasses, but at the same time, it's hilarious. And it's poor excuse for being a fucking worker in the world. Poor fucking excuse. You know, oh, I make wands. At least I work. My trolls suck. No, your trolls are critics. They don't like you. It's really not that they're you know, like you say, they suck. It's that they don't like you. So that would, I guess, to you maybe think, yeah, they suck. But to other people, it's like, no, they're just critics. Trolls are critics, Cobra JFS. You know, they're critics is what they are. They're fucking saying, hey, man, your shit sucks. You know, it's like, yeah, your shit sucks. Yeah, your shit sucks. And, you know, yeah, they can snowball. They can snowball on me. They can snowball on you. They can snowball on the next person. Just depends. But if they pick someone they don't like, they generally don't leave. And they keep fucking with them. And it's because, guess what? Wake up call, King Cobra JFS. They don't like you. It has nothing to do with trolls. It has nothing to do with just trolls. No, they don't like you, bro. Fucking don't like you. It's that simple. And even the ones that are fucking acting like they're friends with you, you can tell they're not, because on that one thing where the guy did an interview with you or whatever just recently, when he was all done talking to you, Cobra JFS, he said, now silence the fuck out of here to you. He said, now silence the fuck out of here to you. Now, if somebody said that shit to me when they were after an interview, I wouldn't just jump into a goddamn soap, a soap selling frenzy like King Cobra JFS did. No, I'd say, hey man, what'd you just say? Silence the fuck out. Hey bro, you're gonna come over to my house right now so we can fight. That'd be the end of it. It'd be like, you're coming over to my house right now so we can fight. There is no fucking backing down. You just said something insulting on my live stream, and now, or whatever it was, video. I wouldn't even post a video like that. If there was a live stream, I don't even know if that was a live stream. It wasn't. It was a video. So I wouldn't even post a goddamn video like that. Now, yeah, you can say, oh, he's just joking around. That's how we talk to each other. That's just an excuse, bro. It's obvious that dude don't even like you. So, there you go. The dude who gave you the interview fucking insulted you, bro. I mean, I don't get it why people put up with that shit and then act like it didn't happen. The dude just insulted you. Silence the fuck out of here? Really? If somebody said that to me, silence the fuck out of here, man, I'd have some more to say about that. Who's that? Hey, I'm just being real, okay? I'm just being real. It doesn't mean I'm going to fucking be, by doing my critique on people, that I'm going to be safe. I'm just saying, I'll say what's on my mind. I don't fucking let anything hold me back like a bunch of liberal broads that need their goddamn one shithead on YouTube to say, hey, I'm for women's rights. That's it. As soon as you start clamoring over women's rights, then you're no longer a man, bro. I mean, I have, universal rights from a perspective. And the same should apply to a woman, but, they think they need more rights. Once you got babies being killed, then you got nothing I want to have nothing to do with. Look, overpopulation, let's say we were living fucking up in everyone's grill. Yeah, at that point, but we don't. We have places, we have space. There's no overpopulation, so killing babies should be off the fucking agenda. And it's kind of like, reminds me, and this is just an example of somebody who would be like that, probably in their younger days or something. This big family had like 9 kids, and then this lady up the street said, they were going to have another one, but it miscarried. And the lady up the street, who they're not allowed to talk to, the kids aren't allowed to talk to her, but she said, oh, well, now you got one less to worry about. That was the first thing that came out of her mouth. So that's that kind of person, okay? So when people say women's rights, including these kind of women, no, I'm saying, no, it doesn't. It doesn't affect, no, I'm not for that. I might even fucking lose my temper on a woman like that, real quick. I'm sorry. I might even become violent. I'm sorry. At that point, fuck your rights, bitch. All right? Fuck your rights. And look, I'm not a fucking goddamn, Superman or, some person trying to save the world with my own opinions, but they're strong opinions. Believe me, they're fucking strong, and my emotions run. I don't let my emotions idle, slow. I have them set right. My emotions, and it has nothing to do with anything other than I'm just me. I'm me. I'm a warlock. I'm not a prophet. I'm not related to God. If you want to believe in that shit, which I don't. But no, I'm not a believer in hell or the devil. All your stupid ideas that you presented me my entire life, I look at sadists, people like sadists, as fucking completely ignorant, bullseye ass ignorant. And same goes for a lot of certain areas. Yeah, we have an inherent evil, but it's really just a defect. It has nothing to do with gaining power or anything. Yeah, you can say, I'm a criminal, I made this much money. Try to tell me it didn't give me power. And I'd be like, well, it gave you power, but only in this physical plane. And actually, you're causing yourself to bypass any other physical plane because of your stupidity. But that's okay. So that's how I look at it. When you say, well, what do you mean by physical plane? Now you're stupid. Now you're just talking stupid shit. I'll be like, well, you don't know that, do you? How about this? How about, I believe in, something similar to reincarnation. I believe in reincarnation to a certain degree. But it's really just reinitiation of another biological robot, which we are. And they just can fucking transfer the energy. If they congeal it, they can also transfer it, just like a circuit. And, they can make it just like transfer as soon as you die. Now, does it mean it's going to be the same exact person? No, they could meld it with multiple personalities from other lives that have ended. And that's what I think extraterrestrials do, but that's just me. When I say extraterrestrials, There's all kinds. There's the human ones that babysit us. They're advanced to a high degree. I mean, they got shit blow us away. You know, a lot of them do look kind of like tall, Nordic features and shit like that. Then they got little fucking like Latino fucking if you will, looking Guatemalan ass looking mini fuckers that are also fucking extraterrestrial humans. And you know, and of course they've blended in a lot of those DNA tricks into those terraform planets. So a lot of biological things we look at, oh well, Guatemalans are just as human as we are. No, not really. Nope, they've been chipped off some extra things. You know, you don't get it. You don't get it. A lot of people don't get it. You know, it's like this. Academia doesn't want you to know that these different races are to a certain degree manipulations from other breeds of humans that were not the same as us. And, but the genetics come back, yeah, fully human. That's it. Because these beings know how to do that. So they don't want you to get their tricks. They don't want you to understand them. So a lot of the extraterrestrial humans were little pudgy ass fucking Ewok looking Guatemalans. Yeah. Go look at look, and the big headed ones, the fucking big old bobble headed ones in the back. Those things, and people try to mimic them, through time, various tribes tried to mimic that shit, but it didn't ever look the same. It was always a lot smaller, and you could tell it was wrapped to create that. But these skulls have been proven to be the exact skull that came out. There was no wrapping, no evidence of wrapping, not any, so it's obvious we have all kinds of different hominids here already, and we're now discovering different hominid species and coming out in the open about it, saying, yep, there were different hominids here, different kinds of humans, not related to us. We're even related to, beyond Neanderthals, we're related to some other, up in the air fucking kind of shit that to this day we don't really exactly know what the fuck they were. But I don't know if it was Danuvian or I forget what the fuck. I mean, that's just the terminology. But I mean, I remember them having some terminology or name applied to them, but I've heard very little about it. Another thing, if you go to Africa and you were to like study white and black interactions, you'll see that back in time there were white tribes there. There were white tribes in Africa. Now a lot of people say, oh, well, they were brought there. No, they were living there. They were living there. So, I mean, there's still some evidence of white tribes. Just recently, they took some pictures and they run the DNA, and it's a trip. It's like, well, wait a minute, didn't we come from Africa? Well, if we did come from Africa, then why are all these white tribes living up in the north and around the west coast, northwest coast of Africa? And giants, red-haired giants at one time were there. So what I think happened is there was some giants that were like 13, 14 feet tall. They were mostly Caucasian nature. Even though they're bigger, they're a hominid separate from us, but they were more or less the same thing, kind of like a mouse versus a rat, okay? And so they just bred with the smaller white people at the time that they were able to get to. Now, a lot of people say, oh, those were the fallen angels. No. They were fucking just another kind of hominid that came here, and they got a little bit cut off, if you will, from another population of who knows what and where. So you can't really determine that. But there were giants in the past. There were bobble-headed fucking humans. There were, and then, people are all tripping about the crystal skulls. I'm like, fuck the crystal skulls at this point. We got too much else going on. Even academia cannot fucking hide this shit anymore. They're trying to, still push all the grants and directions that will be sufficient for getting funding, but not really getting super educated on what the fuck is really going on here. So that's what I think so. And, I'm not convinced that I came from Africa as a black or some shit and then turned white. So I'm not convinced of any of their bullshit. It doesn't mean I'm, a fucking white power motherfucker or anything like that. I just enjoy being whatever it is I am. I have a teeny little bit of Spanish, some German, French, very little. But mostly I'm just Irish Scottish, like 98% Irish Scottish, half and half. But to me, I don't even feel fucking Irish or Scottish. I feel like even I might even be some form of a hybrid. Because I'll be honest with you, my mom had some interesting things happen when I was growing up. My mother said that, well, my brother told me that one time he got called in the room. And I think I may have been born, but I wasn't past a year old, or I don't even know if I was born yet. But maybe I was, because my brother Dennis, yeah, I had to have been born. So, because my brother Dennis was only so much older than me. So he was about 8 or 9, and I must have been maybe a year or something or two old. I forget. But I wasn't, I don't have any memory of that house. But anyway, so my brother got called in the room by my mom. And he said when he got in there, it was a second floor of the house, and there was 4 lights outside of it. He said my mom, his mom, my mom, she's like, leave the room now, Dennis. And she didn't even turn her head. She already knew it was Dennis, but she didn't even turn. I mean, she may have turned her head for a split second, but she said, get out of the room. Yeah, she told my brother to get out of the fucking room. Because she obviously she was scared of what those lights were. And so Dennis left the room, and I asked him, did you ever go back in the room? He says, no, I was young and I just took her advice. I don't even remember what I did when I was that young after that. But I think I did eventually try to see what was outside, but there was nothing there at the time when he did decide to go outside, which he said it may have taken him up to 10, 15 minutes to decide to go look outside. But anyway, I've had, so I'm very suspicious about all kinds of things. Yes, I look a little like my dad. Yes, I look a little, I guess, I don't know if I even look a little like my mom, but I feel like, yeah, it's definite. I think a lot of people are also hybrids. They don't know it. They're mild hybrids, though. They're not extended hybrids, not like vastly extended, but they're manipulated mildly, so that they can, I don't know, just like they would add, monkeys to get better eggs and better procreation throughout the human. They also might use a modern form of human, mix it, and then try mix it, and a third time with a normal human, like that. And then that way the human will come out looking more or less possibly like his dad or his mom still, but have that extra little whatever. So I definitely believe they do that too. These there's a varying kinds of people that manipulate with us, though. There's the ones that have the original capability, and then there's the ones who are told to try new things with us. They have a separate job, a separate initiative with us, but they are still allowed to fuck with us from the other extraterrestrials. So yeah, it's convoluted, I think. And I think a lot of these stories, sometimes you'll hear stories about lots of humans in cages and shit under the ground. And I think that actually also exists. You have a lot of mistreatment of, who knows what kind of human they stole or whatever, and they get them down under the ground, or who knows where they put them. And they literally put them in teeny little rooms like a fucking, mouse experiment. And they cannot get out. So a lot of these extraterrestrials, they don't have the benefit of the other extraterrestrials of being extremely kind to us, because guess what? They don't give a flying fuck what they do once they get you. And the other extraterrestrials don't really have the initiative to go fucking find the humans that were taken by those extraterrestrials. So, I think we do got a lot of disappearances that take place by extraterrestrials and some black ops, but a lot of the shit I think is taking place. And the extraterrestrials who are not as benevolent are the ones that need improvement in their circumstance. So as much study as possible that they can get out of a human will probably benefit them to a mild enough or high enough degree to where it's actually something they can do on a regular, but not necessarily be benevolent about it. We got those ones. Yeah, we got those ones. God damn, the rings under my eyes.
back. So my back hurts. I was trying to skateboard earlier. I did a video, but my back was just so painful. I was having trouble ducking down, the whole 9 yards. So I just tried to do a couple mini slides and just left it at that. And it was just, fun. It wasn't fast stuff. It was just have some fun. That's it. I would really appreciate being as good as like longboarding with Lenny, because he can slide whenever he pushes into one. But when I slide, I use grippy tires, and my slides are hard to ignite unless there's sand or something. So, although I did try one of my old yellow durians, and it was slidey, but the skateboard, I wasn't, the diameter of it was a little smaller than mine, and it threw me off a little. I was trying to slide. I was sliding, but it just didn't feel. I need a little more speed with the durians to get a good slide, like a 3-foot slide. But the board didn't feel quite right. I'm not sure why. Maybe she had some Gullwing trucks on there that I gave her. And yes, I do. I fucking help the kids like a mentor. I fucking buy them skateboards and stuff. Not all the kids, just a few of them that like longboarding. Because I want to see them progress. Even if their dad or mom might disagree with how fast they're going or whatnot, I'll agree with the mom and say, yeah, okay. But no, the truth is the matter. She was worried because her daughter went a little higher than normal, and she had some speed wobble. But that happens with every skateboarder from time to time. It's just how you control it. The speed wobble needs to be maintained from the, general maintenance and fucking a little more weight on the front of the board, and that's it. On the trucks. And sometimes when you're going into a slide, your foot's a little, not in the exact place. So it's very technical. When you go into a slide, you really need your front tires to slide a little. And if they don't, then you have to keep your slides really short. So that's kind of where I'm at. I have sticky tires. I keep my slides down short because, hold on a second. I keep my slides down short because I feel like I'm still braking that way. And it seems like I have a lot of good control. I haven't crashed in a long time. So it seems like just the way I do it. And whenever I'm pressured to slow down, I can push into a major fucking, at least a 4 or 5 foot slide. It will usually at the speeds, cruiser speeds, I'm going, nothing more than 30 miles an hour, 40 miles an hour. It's easy to make that board push into a slide. But sometimes when you're going down steeper grades, the slides actually I think are easier, the steeper slides. But because you're going so fast, you're a little adamant to just start hanging up into a fucking slide because you're not sure how, but you have to. So I monitor my slides real heavy when I'm going down a fast hill because you won't even notice them, but they're only about this much, but they slow me down enough. So, I'm just not one of those drifter slider skateboarders. Hey, I guess I'm good with that too, because eventually I'm going to do a really fast run just for this camera, and I'm going to get a professional, and I'm going to find a professional. But first, I'm going to practice for like 4 months, like going fast with good hardware. I'm going to go down to Merz Skate. I'm going to get it all set up. Every time I cough, my back hurts so bad. It is torture. Every time I cough, it hurts so bad in my lower back. It's almost beyond talking about because I'm afraid I'll make it worse. So I got Cokes in here. Yeah, I don't want to make it. I'm trying not to cough because that shit hurts. Ow! Ow. Oh. Yeah, I'm not fond of stupid bullshit. Transvestites, faggots. I look at it like those guys are just as big as losers as Satanists. Lesbians, faggots, they're the same. Devil worships, they're just defects of nature. Sorry, I said it, sorry. What do you want me to do? Kiss your ass? I don't do that. And it's so offensive when a chick turns you onto a channel and you just assume it'll be all right or something. But no, it turns out to be completely polar opposite of your whole fucking mentality. It's just like, yeah, you really don't have anything in common with a person like that. Just don't even try. You will never get laid from a chick that thinks she's so right about that shit, you know. And I could never sit there and listen to a transvestite that supports Trump to begin with. She goes, oh, he supports Trump. I'm like, I don't give a fuck. She supports Trump. Or he supports Trump. I don't give a fuck. Or whatever it is. He, she, what the fuck? I don't know. Wears a wig. It's a dude. It's the most ridiculous thing. Dude looks so stupid. And she's trying to make it seem like, oh, that's her show. That's what she said. It was her fucking show. And when I went to it, I was like, that's not your show. That's some other dude's channel. And it turns out he's a fucking transvestite on top of it. You know, I'll be glad to not talk to chicks like that. I'm sorry. Any chick that puts you onto a fucking channel like that, they don't deserve any attention, whether you got a fucking 15-inch cock or not. It's funny, the neighbor over here, he got this chick that I guess she was a dyke, and like she's now dating him, and I guess she's not a dyke now, or maybe she's just bisexual. Yeah. Anyway, fucking that guy's a weirdo. He'll go out with a chick like that. That fucking is ridiculous. I mean, oh yeah, or I think he said she used to be a lesbian. And I'm like, then I went over there and she's sitting there talking about how her last girlfriend was a black that she hooked up with. But I ain't gonna lie, man. It looks like somebody smashed her nose in. All right, somebody must have smashed her nose in because it goes good, good. It's such a gross fucking nose. Or it just looks so busted. Or I don't know what the fuck happened, but looks like somebody threw a bowling ball at her face. It's not smashed in. It just looks. It comes out and then it goes. It has one of those weird shapes, like it's been smacked, like several times. So I'm like, oh no. And she's not. I guess she is. She does look a little bit, a little bit like she's got some issues. I'm not going to go into detail, but I don't know why guys get off on chicks like that. Sure, she's got tits, but she got those dumb dyke shorts with the. You can't even see the roundness to the ass. It doesn't look like she has it. I don't know. A lot of dykes are like that. They fucking have no roundness to their fucking ass. Maybe that's why they become dykes. Because they're like, my ass isn't good enough for guys. I'm just going to become a lesbian and eat good pussy. I really do think that. I'm just going to become a lesbian. That way, at least, they'll accept me, and I'll eat these giant pussies, fucking between giant butt cheeks, and I'll enjoy it. And I swear to God, I think that's what they do. Yeah, you can get up there, 5. Come on. You can get up there, 5. It's okay. Come on. And there's your fuzzy. There you go. Get up there, boo. Get up there. There you go. And I ain't gonna lie. When I was younger, I had this girlfriend. I broke up with her. I just got this bizarre feeling it wasn't gonna work out. And yeah, as soon as I broke up with her, not too much later, she became a lesbian. So it's like I didn't even want to fuck her because of that. I knew ahead of time this chick is gonna be weird. Don't go out with her. And I never did. Well, I did go out with her, but I got the feelings that I did when I went out with her, that there's something about this girl that's going to turn out to be something I disagree with. So I decided not to fuck her as that result, as intuition. And I said, you know what? I played with her pussy and shit, but I was like, no, because she was, her name, Tara. Her name was Tara. And I did. I was getting ready to fuck her. And I said, you know what? No, there's just I get a weird feeling about this chick. Yeah, other people say, oh, you would have converted her to guys permanently, dude, if you would have fucked her. Yeah, you could be right. I ain't gonna lie. You could fucking be right about that. I ain't gonna lie. That's fucking for sure. She could have definitely got some education by me, but I just decided I just had a bad vibe. Like she's gonna have girls over eating pussy left and right with her. She's gonna be eating other women's. I didn't think that, but something in my head said you're not gonna like this result. And then another time I saw her, she had. I thought it would maybe a good thing of me to go visit St. Louis when I was in Las Vegas. I got to itch my balls. I'm sorry. I got to itch them. All right. And I had to actually rearrange them. I'm sorry. I didn't really itch it per se. I fucking just rearranged my balls. Okay. So anyway, so I was like, yeah, I went and visited her later in life. She was looking really good, actually. She trimmed down. She looked more beautiful, actually, and healthy, but she was still lesbian. So I was like, well, when I meet up with her, since I'm going to visit my old hometown, I will try to be as nice to her anyway that I can. And I decided to do just fucking that. So I picked her up and hugged her. And I think she liked it and all that. But then I thought to myself, now just back off. And maybe she'll quit being a lesbian. Don't try to fuck her, just back up. Now she'll know that you gave her a lot of affection. It was genuine. And it might just be all it takes for her to go back to fucking liking guys. I don't know what happened with that, but it was a social experiment, if you will. But I had seen her, and I ain't gonna lie. I am not going to lie. This woman, I might be giving up too much information on my channel here, but this woman ended up showing up even more years later, just like 5 years ago, or not even, yeah, about 4 or 5 years ago in Thousand Oaks, and she's from St. Louis. Now, I don't think I gave my location up. Maybe my channel had already started. Maybe that's how, somehow or another, she knew where I was, the town I was in. She came out here and walked by me. Now, at that time, I was not in the mind state to say, oh, hello, Tara. What the fuck are you doing in Thousand Oaks? Because my mind is like, you know what? I don't ever like to get back into those old fucking mindsets. So I acted like I almost didn't notice her. She walked by. She looked pretty good even then. But I could tell, this is more kind of stalking me type of thing. So I fucking said, you know what? I'm not going to talk to her. She fucking came out here to my fucking town just so she could run into me. And it wasn't a good feeling. It was like, no, because it was embarrassing because she knew who I was. Then I didn't say anything to her. She was probably a little mind blown by that, but it doesn't matter. I didn't respond because I'm not going to change my social activities during the day just because you came out and just surprisingly show up where I'm living in California years later, and that's not going to make me want you anymore or any of that. So I probably could have had a talk with her like that and just said, oh, nice to see you though, and just left. So, but, because I'm over it. But it was a little bit like, I felt like, if I was ever famous, like if I was, which I'm not, but obviously, but like if I was like David Letterman, it did feel like, it was invasive. She purposely planned to come find me. I didn't like that. The fucking sun's bright over there. Jesus Christ. It's not really that bright. It's got a lot of smoke, orange. We got the smoke too here, California. But I have to check all cars that come by. This is like a military outpost up here. In case you didn't know any better, I mean, this is a military outpost. Okay, this is my second story military outpost. Okay, get that through your fucking skull. And what's good about it is, you know, I can hear cars coming from that direction, not necessarily see them, but I can walk all the way over in this porch and see if whatever cars came this way and going that way, and then the ones that come up this way. I got this metal here, so people can't see my face up here while I'm up here very good unless they struggle. But I got all these cool lights and shit, you know, and I don't know if I can show it all to you, but yeah, I kind of like my background there. I want to put this computer higher so you can see a little higher, but I don't want to put it at an angle that's not going to look that great. But it's okay. It looks fine like that, yes. I'll be right back. Oh, good. Another good thing is I can put this Coca-Cola like around the metal, and that way I can't knock it the fuck over by accident. Yeah, so I'll be right back. Oh, my back. Ouch. Blanket up. I need to put in our blanket up. fucking military outpost. I got it. Right on it. No. 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 All right, I just got something to kind of like block the sun a little. Didn't even work. Hold on a second. There we go. Now it's blocking the sun. I can't. There we go. Way better. Way better. Now it's blocking the fuck ass sun. Wow, nice to know that my friend was just bullying and not being a bitch. Okay. Because sometimes, yeah, you get overworked about somebody not saying something, and it's not on everyone's agenda to pay all that fucking much attention to others. But every now and then, I mention myself to her and say, "Hey, I'm here still." God, it's really getting cloudy, smoke. It blows in once in a while. It sucks. I don't know if you could compare me to Jesus, though, like in the crucifixion as far as pain goes. But yeah, you can get damn close, probably. I mean, you could probably get damn close. Anyway, I like women, so I mean, I'm a heterosexual. I just like saying I like women like that. Instead of I'm a heterosexual, I just like saying I like women. Man, it's really getting smoky. It's almost starting to bother me. Basically, it's a smoke weather front. We get these all the time in the West Coast. Smoke picks a place, it goes there. That's simple. Even if there's no fire around us, there's a fucking definitely a lot of California smoke. Definitely a lot of smoke. Starting to wonder if there is something nearby, but you know, it gets like this, especially when the sun goes down. You can't see the fucking shit as well, or when the sun's starting to go down, you can't tell what the fuck's up. It just looks like heavier smoke when it may not be, but yeah, I got to look into it. Spoke with a National Forest Service guy the other day. He told me there's no fires nearby. So this smoke is from another a fire smoke front from somewhere else in California. I am going to find out right now what's going on here because this is a lot of smoke and I haven't seen this much build up towards evening in a while. So I'm going to check into it. Fire map, Southern California. Well, somebody's cooking outdoors. At least that smells like food. Well, I'm not seeing the fucking what I'm looking for though. You guys wouldn't believe how much shit is on fire. It's just, this is the worst fucking scenario. And I don't know what fucking this is. It sure didn't show me no fire map, bitch. Smoke forecast, that's a better idea. Just a lot of smoke. This is stupid. It doesn't show any fire map on this. It's the stupidest fucking thing. This one better. It's really thick too. I might have to go inside. Yeah, we don't have anything near us, but a lot of smoke. God. Anyway, so been doing the stream for a minute, 30, almost 4 seconds now. Okay. And my back's, I can't even believe I'm still sitting here. Actually, my back is so sore. Got tempted, even in this smoky environment, to go fucking skateboard before it turns totally dark, or wear a headlamp and do it at night. Because when you feel pain like this, sometimes you do just the opposite of what made, or I don't know. Sometimes you do just the opposite of what your body is wanting you not to do. But I'm just back hurts. And then there's those chicks that say, no, I like guys, but they really do both. They just don't want you to know it. They don't want it to interfere with a good fucking dick. Hot dick. Hot, warm, fucking suckable cock. I'm gonna take a hit out of both these motherfuckers. Yeah, some of those lesbians, they don't want you to know they fuck other women. So they're like, yeah, I'll take that hot dick though. Oh, no, I like guys. I like guys. I like fresh cock. And then they go lick pussy for a week, and anus, female anus for a week. Fucking flat week, man. I didn't even realize that, like the kids down the street, they're taking care of their newborn, and they use a booger sucker to get it out of the baby's nose. That I never knew anybody use shit like that to get rid of baby boogers. Wow, so much I don't know. I don't have kids, but interesting. I had no idea. It's the same thing you use to get earwax out when you flush your ears. But, with all the boogers you can get with one of them things, you could probably feed a mouse for fucking a lifetime, you know? I mean, you could build up that whole thing with fucking boogers and then just fucking put it outside and let the mice eat it. That way they don't come in your house. They'll be content with eating boogers. Oh yeah, I get these cold ass Coca-Colas right here. Super cold on ice. And then I got my Heineken. It's not my Heineken. I wish I actually had beer right now, but no, my Hennessy. I always get the two with H's fucked up. I don't know why. But I don't think I'm going to drink any Hennessy. But if I wanted to, I'll have all this ice, and I could just put it on ice right now, and the Hennessy would be cold in no time. But I don't want to drink any. Wonder what Live PD's been putting out lately. Let's go check. Yeah. That's not Live PD. A&E? Yeah, it is A&E. Let's listen to Live Rescue. Fucking out of here, bitch. I didn't fucking try to say a comment. Fuck you.
This area is actually a hot spot right now. Been quite a few shootings in this area.
Quite a few shootings. Hold on. It's one of those dangerous areas. Quite a few shootings type of deal. Someone down, they're saying. Someone down. I'll get it up in a second. Hold on. Okay. Get this motherfucker up.
It's got to start, right? Yeah. We have one male that was shot. Looks like he may have a femur fracture at this point. Shot the bottom on the side here. Treating him right now. We have the medics on scene. We don't have any other further information as to who shot him and whatnot. Generally, in this area has been a hot spot, so we've been seeing quite a few people get shot. So, our chief Gossi and our medics are here. So, we have our ceasefire unit down the street there, so if you look over there, it's part of the ceasefire unit. anti-crime, anti-gang unit. They're going to conduct their investigation. He'll be transported shortly. ALS is here. You need anything in there? Is his femur? It look like his femur's yeah, we got ALS on scene, so if you need it. Yeah, like an indentation. Yeah, just the one man step. Yeah.
Hey guys, I'm Matt Eisman from Live Rescue. Subscribe to A&E for more videos. Catch full episodes on AETV.com.
Heart rate's 120, BP's 140 over 90. Hectic first day, but earning my nursing degree online gave me the flexibility to fit school into my life and prepare for situations like this.
On day one, Purdue University Global.
You gotta lose this guy. Who is it? Doesn't matter. He'll kill both of us. Promise me something, yeah? Don't follow me.
Okay, let's see what else is on. I don't see any cops. Okay. See 50 days in.
I got 30 years. I'm 46 years old. And I'm going to be respected like this. I don't want no police to come in my room. But my room is police. So when I got to be on my. It's on bed, so they can't say that. I had to. I didn't like that. I didn't like that. Just so they can see that I was told. And I use sheet or pillow. So no, you can't say that too. You know what I'm saying?
You're like a OG, you know what I'm saying? Like 10 years older than me. He kind of smart, you know, street smart, he book smart.
I know you got to go. You got no home. Working on getting you one. But I got a lot of church account. I got a transfer down here, so yeah, basically. What the money cop? So we got the truck. Grab it. Basically, they $100,000. And they told me to charge me some social. They can't understand why Cherokee County gonna bring you. Fulton County versus that shit. That don't sound right. I'm from here. You know what I'm saying? It don't add up.
Rico. It's criminal justice for a long time. I know about the lawyers and the courts and everything. He gets me suspicious. Cause I'm like, man, you know, it's like,
Hold on a second. Yeah, I do this when I don't want to talk for a while. Come on. Fucking on day account.
we still can't understand the charges that I have. It's something right here. They ain't supposed to transfer you down here. They ain't supposed to have a court date, and you're I mean, whatever that I need to give him. I'm thinking nothing. I'm like, all right, it's cool. I'm good. You should be good now. You know what I'm saying?
They change 3 times. They're not able to know what I'm saying. They change 3 times. We ain't go.
You know, I'm talking to him. I can feel him. You know what I mean? It's pain. You know what I'm saying? I'm just like, hey, man, it's right.
So they don't like me. When they come, they don't. They get. They don't like bro. No.
Yes, man, all the time. Yes, sir. Yes, sir, boss. Yes, sir. It's serious. You know what I'm saying? If you ain't strong, man, the jail will break you. It should break you for real.
What's going on?
Man, me and Rico,
I know
like,
what
man,
is
we kicking the laughing. Everything he's saying, I'm feeling. You know what I'm saying? Everything I be saying, he be
Why
feeling.
didn't wait? All right.
God bless me. Y'all can say God bless me. What you say that? Control this thing.
I got much respect for him. You know what I'm saying? He real dude. Basically, take his wing. My dad always told me to do. One thing about jail, you ain't a friend. We don't trust nobody.
Yeah, that's like rule number 1. Rule number 2, you might as well super glue your asshole shut. Just kidding. Oh, it's over? That was a boring ass episode. That was real boring. Let's watch Fat People. I just said fat guy rescued from bad. This guy had a crane lift him out.
On the 14th of June 2002, Litchfield Fire Brigade were called out to the most unusual job they'd ever attended: the rescue of 24-year-old Chris Meddings, whose diet had taken him to the brink of death. He was a happy little boy. He'd have all his toys out and he'd be building things. He had a great big bucket of Lego and he used to love building Lego things. Yeah, we were happy. Chris was a normal, healthy child, but when he started school, he began putting on weight.
Yeah, I know a lot of people like that, but they don't end up 2,000 pounds.
They call him Fatty and Lord. And some of the more vicious ones who do swear words will call him Fat Bastard. That really, really hurt. And he'd want to eat a bit more than usual. He'd say, can I have some chocolate or can I have some crisps before his dinner? But it was when Chris became a teenager that his eating habits got out of control. He'd slam into the kitchen and he'd braid the bread. Anything. Bread, butter, or bread jam, or
very occasionally I'd buy a jar of peanut butter, and I mean the peanut butter would last 2 days because he'd just eat it straight from the jar. Cheese was his biggest failing. If there's cheese in the house,
Say
it would
goodbye.
be gone. Because he's
Well, English people love their cheese and crackers, so that's
and his
totally
trousers are getting
understandable.
tighter and
I
tighter.
am totally right there with them.
Oh, it was so
100%.
hard.
Cheese, crackers, awesome stuff. I
When
like
Chris
it too.
left school,
I'm
he
not
couldn't
English,
get a
but
job. He
love
began
it.
to stay at home more and more.
All right,
And
what
when
are you
his mum
doing?
Julia tried to stop him eating, he'd lose his temper.
My dog he's got 2 legs on the day bed and 2 legs off of it.
He get physical with me
And it's like he's standing up on his front legs,
because
but not with his back legs.
yes, I was
It's a
frightened
riot.
at times.
Chris carried on comforting
He looks like a gargoyle like this. I swear to God, my dog looks like a gargoyle the way he's positioned.
When these pictures were taken, he
5,
weighed
quit being
more
a
than 60
gargoyle.
stone, the equivalent of 4 large men.
In the end, he was just about struggling to the toilet. He'd get to the toilet and be huffing and puffing like somebody who's run a mile. And he'd come back and he'd literally collapse onto the bed because he was so exhausted.
Chris developed septicemia, blood poisoning.
The doctor came in and he took one look at him and he said, "Can I use your phone?"
He called the fire brigade, who arrived at the scene with specialist lifting equipment. This was an emergency.
But the only people at the time were gay that were on duty. Just kidding.
Chris couldn't stand up by himself, so he's going to have to be physically moved by the people who were there.
It was a very small room.
Poor guy. You gotta feel bad for him. I mean, basically killing yourself with food.
Straight away, well, main problem would be there's only one way he's going out.
It's always good to eat, though. It makes it, eating is always good until it makes you like that.
To the floor. So we had to make sure we took the time and everybody was in position. So it's not to injure him and not to injure ourselves. It was physically very demanding. He was a very heavy lad. There was a warning beep on the hydraulic platform, which is telling you, yes, I'm getting close to the weight I can take.
God, even the crane was having problems with homeboy. Fucking A. I didn't know cranes were that pussy ass, but yeah, he's a big guy.
Slipping away. And he had a fit. He didn't really come around after that. What was going through my mind was, is he going to make it? Is he going to get to hospital on time? Or is he going to die?
When Chris arrived at hospital, he was given intravenous antibiotics to treat the septicemia.
But the only thing,
Reduction operation would save his life.
but he did demand
And without the operation, was undoubtedly going to
Vegemite and crackers. No, just kidding.
Chris's best chance of survival was always going to be obtained with him losing as much weight as possible. As well as personnel, a great deal of equipment was required for Chris to have his surgery. The most important of these, perhaps, was an extra-wide operating table, as well as a special hoist in order to transfer Chris safely from the operating table back into his bed.
The operation was filmed by a visiting surgeon for research purposes.
Because of Chris's size, it was clear that keyhole surgery was not going to be possible. It was thought he would better have open surgery.
All right. Just take some nice deep breaths.
The situation was critical. Because of his weight, Chris's chances of pulling through were reduced by half.
How about more than half?
Can you open your eyes, please? All right. Everyone sit down. All right.
The operation involved removing part of Chris's stomach and bypassing his small intestine. This stops the body absorbing as much fat.
I just sat in the corridor, hoping against hope that everything would go all right. And the doctor came back and he said he did really well. He should be out of surgery shortly. I felt like a great, huge ton had been lifted off my shoulders.
After 2 weeks, Chris was allowed home with a long list of foods he could and couldn't eat. At 8 months on, he's recovering well.
The
Wow.
nurses and the doctors had to help me.
He's
And
recovering?
the fire brigade had to
Wow.
get me out. I'd be dead. I certainly would not have lived to see my 40th birthday.
I believe it.
I know that for a fact.
Since the operation, Chris has lost 20 stone, but doctors say he's got another 25 to go.
It's up to me. I lose this weight now or not. And I'm determined to. And I stick to a nice, healthy diet. Occasionally I have the odd treat. Everyone has to.
And there's certainly evidence in Chris's bedroom of forbidden food.
Vegemite and crackers, Chris. Come on, just
Chris,
Vegemite and crackers. You'll be all right, bro, buddy. All right, moving on. Let's see what else is on. Fade to Black is on. I should put it on the loudspeaker. Yeah.
You're listening to Fade to Black with Jimmy Church on the Game Changer Network.
Good evening. Fade to Black. Bespoke Radio for the masses.
Uh-oh.
Masses. How you doing? Today's Monday, September 14th,
Trying to turn it.
2020.
God damn it, this thing.
Let's do this, man. $258 days into the new year. Just 108 days left. We are live from a bunker somewhere in the middle of beautiful downtown Burbank, California. And I would like to welcome everybody listening all around the world, all across the United States. Hither and thither, to and fro, back and forth, up and down, east and west, north and south, far and near. This is Fade to Black for KJCR, the Game Changer Network, and KGRA, the Planet. I'm your host, Jimmy Church. What is cracking, everybody? How you doing? Hope you had a great weekend. We did. We worked. That's right. We worked. I had Coast to Coast on Saturday night. Jacques Ballet and Jeff Greenwald. Worked all day yesterday. Here we are today, Monday, kicking off a new week. And tonight, very special guest, Deep Prasad. Deep Prasad is here, kicking off a Monday night, joining us for a discussion about the study of extraterrestrial intelligence and UFOs with modern physics and science. That is tonight's show. Tomorrow night, right here, big show tomorrow night too as well. Jay Weidner is back. We are going to talk about the life and times of Terence McKenna tomorrow night. It's a very special event. You're not going to want to miss that. Terence McKenna. I would have loved to have hung out with Terence. And here's a spoiler alert. Jay Weidner has. Yeah. So that's tomorrow night, the life and times of Terence McKenna. Wednesday nights, looking forward to this. Carolyn Ford is here. We are going to be talking about the power of crystal skulls all night long, and that is Wednesday night. What a great week on Fade to Black. Thursday's another Fader night with open lines all night long. All right, we're working on episodes 4 and 5 of the H Factor, and I'll keep you posted on that when those launch. But stay focused and go and subscribe to our new YouTube channel. Okay, it's called Game Changer Network. It's right there on YouTube. Go and do that. And there you go. So Carolyn Ford will be with us this on Wednesday night. Twitter is at JChurch Radio. Follow me on Twitter at JChurch Radio. And the sandbox is hashtag F2B on Twitter, hashtag F, the number 2 and B on Twitter. Hashtag F2BQ is Fade to Black questions. Everybody that posts there just posts questions except for Mark Tarana, which he does whatever he wants to do and nobody can troll that man. You can email throughout the show. I'll get to as many as I can. Email is Jimmy at jimmychurchradio.com. King of Twitter at JChurchRadio. I get home from coast to coast on Saturday night. I think it was started Saturday. And my emails, and I woke up Sunday morning eventually. And, after working till, 2, 3, 4 o'clock in the morning. About Coast Insider not having the updates. And that's the beauty.
Oh, let me get the chat.
Of following on Twitter. Because that's the quickest way to get to me. And it worked. All right. Yeah, I'm wondering if I hadn't said anything, I'm wondering how long that would have gone on for. Because they move on to the next coach show. The next is 3-4 days old. Not so sure. But they got it fixed. All right. Email is Jimmy at jimmychurchradio.com. Lots of breaking news today, man. Crazy stuff going on. I'm going to start over in Japan because today, Japan's defense minister, Taro Kono, ordered the self-defense forces of Japan to follow standing orders for dealing with unidentified aerial objects that could pose a threat to Japan's security. In a statement, Kono asked the SDF members to record and photograph any such objects that they encounter or that enter Japanese airspace and to take steps for necessary analysis of the sightings, including information provided separately by the public. Very, very interesting. Now, while the Defense Ministry says there have been no known cases of the SDF encountering UFOs.
I'm freezing up.
The latest move comes after the United States Defense Department established a special unidentified aerial phenomena task force last month. I like their use of words. Unidentified aerial. UAO. Do we have a new one? Not UFO. UAO. Not UAP, but UAO. UAO. Unidentified aerial objects. I kind of like that. Yeah. Kind of like that. All right. The other big announcement today, and it's a big one. A team of researchers has apparently discovered phosphine gas on the clouds of Venus. According to space scientists, phosphine might be most probably of biotic origin. What? And it clearly
I have no idea why I'm buffering on him.
In its microbial form,
Pissing me off.
be thriving on Venus.
That shit keeps
Wow.
happening. I'll be pissed.
At today's press conference, Professor Jane Greaves revealed that microorganisms could be living in the hostile atmosphere of Venus. According to Greaves, phosphine is usually detected where microbes are surviving without the presence of oxygen. During her briefing, the scientists also called Venus a living habitat, air quotes. However, researchers revealed that they are not claiming the presence of alien life.
Hey,
on
thanks
Venus,
for the like,
but are
whoever did
only
that.
talking about the discovery
I
of
appreciate the 2
phosphine
likes I
gas,
got. I really
which
do.
remains a mystery to them, as it is of biological origin. Check this. Normally, phosphine is the sign of biological degradation of biomass and the decay of biological matter. That's crazy stuff. Big news. Living in the clouds. It's angels. I'm going on the record. It's angels. Angels. Flapping. Angels in the clouds. Halos. I'm just saying. All right. The other big news. Man, lots of big news today. This is big news. The perfectly preserved remains of an Ice Age cave bear have been discovered in the Russian Arctic. The first example of the species ever to be found with soft tissues intact. Wow. The astonishing find was made by reindeer herders on the Lyakovsky Islands, which is part of the New Siberian Islands in Russia's far north. Prior to this, only the bones of cave bears have been unearthed. Only the bones. But this specimen even had its nose intact. A whole bear carcass with soft tissues and all internal organs in place. Holy crap. That's a find. Big news day, right?
Come on.
Well, followed up with this to make it even bigger, and here's the icing on the cake. My DVD of the movie Communion is actually scheduled for delivery tomorrow. I'll keep everyone posted, and if it arrives before the show, you'll see it on the bunker cam. That's right. Looking forward to that.
What is it, 5?
There are a few people.
Let's see what it
Madeline
is.
ordered one. I got email. Oh man.
Let's see
You
what
know
it
this
is, 5.
Communion DVD. Look, it's not streaming.
We'll see what it
Forget about
is.
that.
See
You're
if
not
it's a
gonna
bear.
stream it.
We'll
You
see
don't want
if it's a bear or
the
not.
bootleg version of it on YouTube.
Are
But
you peeing?
it's not
Okay,
streaming
pee
on any of the
first.
services. I'm shocked to get this, and it says widescreen, which fits 4 by 3. But it says widescreen. Okay, so I'm excited. If it actually gets here, wow. But how much email can one person get? Oh, yeah, I appreciate it. I really do. And so let's see. You know, how many of you ordered it? A number of you did. Madeline said hers was going to come today. She was going to post a picture of it on Twitter. And I got that email. I don't see. Oh,
chill.
Hold on. Here it is. Just came in 6 minutes ago from Madeline. Communion has arrived. Ordered on Fader Night. Arrived today. I hope there it is playing in the background. Fantastic stuff, Madeline. Okay, so we ordered them on the same day, and you obviously live one day closer to the distribution center for Amazon. But there it is, playing in the background. Okay. All right, excited. Going to be watching that tomorrow. All right, let's get this show cracking. Lots to talk about tonight. Happy birthday to today, Sam Neill. Sam Neill today is 73. Jurassic Park, Dead Calm. Wasn't he in one of those movies like, was he in The Abyss or Sphere or one of those undersea alien? Wasn't he in one of those? Oh, he was great, Dead Calm. Oh. My Sam Neill Jurassic Park is Jurassic Park 3. There were some scenes in Jurassic Park 3. Remember when they were in the bird part of the island and they had to go down that tunnel, the bird cave? That was good stuff. Sam Neill, today 73. Aha! That's right. Aha! Frontman Morton Harkett today is 61 years old, singer of one of the biggest songs in the history of music, Take On Me. And also today, OG Fade or Not, the Elf, is 29 years old. Now, I want to show this to everybody. This arrived today. It's Elf's birthday, and I get a gift from him. Strange time. But I got this.
There's my chi ball right there, man, okay? There's my friggin' chi ball, bro. Watch this.
Yeah, and it's exactly what you think it is. It is handmade, wood, burned, stained, absolutely incredible piece of work. And I've been sent a lot of stuff in my day for the bunker, but this is absolutely incredible. Elf, thank you so much, and it's gonna have its own prize.
Oh, well, I thought it was looking better before.
It's just absolutely incredible. So there you go. Thank you, Elf. There's a close up of it. Absolutely. That's special. Thank you, Elf, and happy birthday. 29. 29 years old. All right. Where am I? Our dead guy's birthday today is Steve Gaines, 1949 to 1977, died at age 28, and Ed King, 1949 to 2018, died at age 68. Both Ed and Steve were the guitarists for Leonard Skinner.
Wow, cool.
It was
I wasn't
King
into him, but yeah.
that wrote Sweet Home
I was in
Alabama.
Sweet Home Alabama and Freebird, wasn't it? Yeah.
Co-wrote Boys Whiskey, Saturday Night Special, Whiskey Rock-a-Roll. King left the band in 1975, mid-1975, and was replaced by Steve Gaines in 1976. Steve died in the plane crash in 1977, just over a year after joining Leonard Skinner. Gaines played on just one album, Street Survivors, that was released just 3 days before the plane crash on October 20th, 1977. How strange, right? Irony, ironic, strange that they both have the same birthday. Absolutely crazy.
Quiet, Five. Quit acting like you got something to do. You don't have shit to do right here. You have to stay indoors. All that kind of shit. God damn, how'd my fucking Wi-Fi? There we go. Quiet, Five.
A Soviet rocket crashes into the moon's surface.
Shut up.
Becoming the first man-made object sent from the Earth to reach the lunar surface.
Shut up, Five. What is the problem?
Carried the Soviet
Do I have to go
flag.
see what you're bitching about?
Yep.
I have no idea, Five.
Planted the flag first.
You
Well,
got your
crashed the
walk.
flag.
You know I'm not going to give you a
United
fucking
States
walk.
Quickly responded with, that don't count. That don't count.
Five.
You got to plant.
What's your problem?
You got to plant, unfurl.
What's your
You gotta
problem?
plant the flag. Vader fact. All right. Man, I love doing this.
Five.
You ready?
Get out of there.
Vader fact.
Just quit bitching.
If
out of
you
there.
live in Utah,
Just get
I
the
want
fuck
you to
out of there.
confirm
Don't
this
start
for me.
acting like a bitch.
Get
over here.
I want you to go on a road trip and confirm this Vader fact. Are you ready? The owner and only resident of the ghost town Lucin, Utah, that's Lucin, Lucin, Utah, is Ivo Zdarsky, who, at the age of 24. He was the guy, he was the kid that flew over the Iron Curtain in 1984 using his homemade glider powered with a 600cc Trabant engine and landed undetected at Vienna International Airport and escaped to the west. And he went all the way west to Utah. Now he hangs out in this ghost town, right? He owns it. He owns it. He bought it. And he builds these crazy planes and test flies them there. And sometimes throws a party or two. How crazy is that? That is your Fate or Fact. Tonight, Deep Prasad joins us for a discussion about the study of ET and UFOs with modern physics and science. Tomorrow night, Jay Widener is here for the life of Terrence McKenna. Wednesday night, Carolyn Ford and Crystal Skulls. Thursday night, another Fader night with open lines all night long. August perfect week here on Fade to Black. Wow. All right. Now, time for me to hit this River Moon coffee. You better be drinking.
Hell yeah. I got to make some myself.
After you hear what I have to say.
But not until I'm done with this.
Happy birthday, Elf. So Elf is, so I guess Elf's birthday is frozen Oreo cookies and milk. And do you still light a candle, though? That you could probably get the Oreo cookie wet enough, right? If you dunk your price.
That's what she said.
Right? Get a birthday candle. All right. River Moon Coffee, rivermooncoffee.com. Hashtag. Promo code F2B Blend gets you 50% off your order today. All right, let me get this. Coffee. Went down the wrong pipe. All right, here we go. I have been sounding the alarm about fake news, social media, and its effects on the world for over 5 years. Yeah! When I first started to speak out about it, it wasn't from heavy research. It wasn't from interviews with specialists or reporting that was going on about it in the media. Oh, no. No, I saw the signs first. In fact, it was the exact opposite. Everything I spoke about was based on my own experiences, and that's what you want to know. What I was seeing and reading in real time. Myself, like others my own age, many of us, have a very unique perspective on the changes we are seeing today. Because I grew up before the internet age. Stay with me. I was just 30 years old when the world started to change.
Hold on, I'm going back to it. I have to go back because I lost connection. My Wi-Fi, I don't know. Let's see what's up. Wi-Fi should be working really good right now. So if it's not,
significance of this cannot be measured. It's as simple as this. The generation born after 1990
shouldn't be doing
just
that.
30 short years
it didn't
ago.
even show me the chat.
Lives-
Hold on a second. What the fuck's up with this?
It's the comments and lives of celebrities. Everything. Right? Right.
I don't know why it's buffering.
It's a world completely tailored for them. Their social media persona is custom made. Their news and YouTube feed is unique to them. Their world is singular,
right when they did that, I got
nobody
bit.
else has it. They believe
by some.
guarantee the real world is the one that is created for them by, wait for it, algorithms. Code. Yeah. Code with no regulations. Code with no laws. Code with no oversight. Today, when we see protests in the streets, young content creators live streaming in anger, former friends battling it out on a Facebook thread. All of this is created by social media and it's total control of the minds of an entire generation.
It's true.
They don't know any different.
He's
This
right.
is how the world is to them. And remember,
time to clean house.
It's the one we created.
Yeah, let's clean house. Knock all the politicians out of
When you
Senate,
see someone on
Congress,
Facebook
the House,
complaining,
get them all, get rid of them. Have a computer
outright
do it.
hostile over
Talk
the
about
left,
algorithm.
over the right, over religion, schools,
We'll get a
coronavirus,
goddamn. We'll get a goddamn algorithm of our own.
or
Get rid of every
virtually
politician.
anything. It
Use a
could be
computer.
knitting and crocheting. You need to remember that they are getting a world fed to them in their newsfeed that is totally different than yours.
I don't know how you did that, Fred.
You've heard it so many times before. It's like, dude, did you hear about blah, blah, blah? And your answer is no, I didn't hear that. Because you haven't. You know nothing about it. Your friend doesn't understand that you don't know because their entire news feed is filled with nothing but XYZ. Your feed is the exact opposite. You're getting ABC.
Huh? What was it?
See. You have a completely different view of the world. In fact, everyone has their own planet Earth. And this is the problem. In my opinion, and I've stated this many times in the past, Google, all of social media, and the internet in general should have been left alone. Once Facebook, YouTube, and Google started to use targeted advertising to chase down bigger profits, things changed. The automated algorithms altered the landscape. And most of this code is actually quite simple and runs all by itself 24/7, laser focused at each individual user of the internet, without food, without rest, nonstop. Originally spawned for advertising dollars, but today it's the creator of worlds. So, when you wonder why nobody understands you and you think that everyone else but you is trying to destroy the world for no reason because they are crazy, well, just think about your news feed. Because they are thinking the same thing about you. It's not them. It's not you. It's an algorithm messing with your head. Now, although I've been thinking, writing, and speaking about this for a very long time, and we've even covered it recently on The H Factor, there's a new documentary out right now that spells it out all for you. It's called The Social Dilemma. This documentary drama hybrid explores the dangerous human impact of social networking with the tech experts from Facebook, Google, Apple, Twitter, YouTube, and others, warning you about the things that they have created. The Social Dilemma is currently streaming on Netflix, and I don't know how you're going to react to this film, but I can assure you of this. You'll think twice about checking your newsfeed every 5 minutes of your day. I guarantee it. Seriously. This is Fade to Black. I am your host, Jimmy Church. Tonight, Deep Prasad joins us for a discussion about the study of ET and UFOs with modern physics and science. Tomorrow night, Jay Widener is here. That's right. Wednesday night, Carolyn Ford, Crystal Skulls. Thursday night is Fader night. You can follow me on Twitter right now at J Church Radio on the Game Changer Network and KGRA The Planet. I'll be right back after this short break with our guest, Deep Prasad. Stay with me.
This is Nicole Church, daughter of you know who, and you're listening to Fade to Black on JimmyChurchRadio.com and the Game Changer Network.
You're listening to Jimmy Church, Fade to Black.
Fade to Black will now pause for alien identification.
The station that talks the net. KGRA Radio. Introducing the Game Changer blend from River Moon Coffee that delivers a customized blend made specifically for the Fadernox. If the game is rigged, change the game. It's a bolder cup with some bite. Game Changer is the coffee of choice for those that prefer an organic dark roast that is slightly lighter and milder, but it's still dark, with wild notes of pecans and chocolate with a rich, balanced, full-bodied cup that is roasted to perfection for a great coffee to start your day, as an after-dinner coffee or anywhere in between. Artisan, small batch roasted to perfection. USDA certified organic, all River Moon coffee is freshly roasted and packaged in the USA. Just go to rivermooncoffee.com or click on the banners over on our site and use the promo code F2BBLEND for 15% off of your order today. rivermooncoffee.com. Go Beckley Teppy.
This is the only way forward. This is Fade to Black. Make contact. KGRARadio.com.
This is Jimmy Church of Fade to Black, and you can get our podcast for just $2 per month. All you have to do is click on the podcast banner over at jimmychurchradio.com.
Hi, folks. It's troubling times, and fear is pushing emotions, which in turn pushes health the wrong direction. Do you ever get an ache because life is uneasy? Try Life Change Tea at getthetea.com. Life Change Tea works on your digestive tract, helping to move food through quicker and comfortably so your health is spot on. Life Change Tea may not help with world issues, but it will help with your digestive issues. A glass a day helps keep the intruders away. So, change your life today. Log on to getthetea.com. That's getthetea.com. If your health game is off, get on by ordering Life Change Tea. Getthetea.com. And while you're on our site, look around at the great non-GMO organic supplements. And if you're a sales shopper, go to our specials page and see what's for you. I've been drinking the tea for 12 years, and I'm sure glad for its health benefits. Again, that's getthetea.com. Getthetea.com. The tea that makes you go.
9 out of 10 geneticists agree.
Fade to Black is not your father's radio show on the Game Changer Radio Network and KGRA, The Planet.
Hi, this is Rob Reiner from Amble, and you're listening to JimmyChurchRadio.com.
What's up, bro? What's up, bro? What up? This is Kyle Mansfield. You're listening to Jimmy Church Radio.
All right, welcome back. Fade to Black. I'm your host, Jimmy Church. What a great week on Fade to Black this week. Tonight, Deep Prasad, of course, is here. Tomorrow night, Jay Widener. The Life and Times of Terrence McKenna. Wednesday night, Carolyn Ford. Man, Crystal Skull. What a great week. And then Thursday night, of course, is Fader night with open lines all night long. Tonight, it's all about Deep. Deep Prasad, the CEO of Reactive Q. He's one of the great young minds in science and also offers a professional perspective on the UFO field. That's right. Tonight, we're going to discuss UFO research and how to apply modern science and physics to the known and unknown data. That's my favorite subject. Deep and his company are aiming to create the world's first quantum computer, as well as work on producing superconductors and metamaterials. Prasad is also an avid UFO advocate, and tonight we're going to discuss all of it. We're going to go ET, UFO research and study groups. Part of Reactive Q's mission statement is that they are actively engaged with engineers to validate the solution. What is that? ReactiveQ.io is the website, and the links are over at JimmyChurchRadio.com. I'd like to welcome back to Fade to Black, the one and only Deep Prasad. Deep, good evening, man. How are
you? Really good, Jimmy. Thanks for asking. It's been a very productive day. And any day that's productive day is a good day. And any day that we're alive and talking to each other, acknowledging our existence is an even better day. So, that being said, I've been really elated about the news that was published today that many of us, kind of saw coming, on UFO Twitter regarding the Venus announcement and the phosphine. So, I was reading through some of the papers, starting from, of course, the paper that they made accessible today, as well as some of the papers that the lead scientists had published as part of their PhD thesis. It's interesting, all of their stuff comes together. These individuals, the scientists involved, have been working on this, study of phosphine in the atmosphere of Venus for several years, right? And I think the beautiful thing that we're seeing here is a very clear-cut analogy to how disclosure at the scientific scale is going to look like, where, we have this sort of twilight zone, right, of people who are saying, there's this plausible deniability at the moment regarding the results, where people can believe that it is either due to an unknown chemistry process that we have not understood or discovered yet, or it is a biosignature of extraterrestrial life. And in either case, we have almost like a tiebreaker that we need. And that tiebreaker is gathering the actual physical scientific evidence, the actual, microbes in a petri dish. That is the last step that's remaining. So with disclosure, we're kind of there too. With UAPs, we're one sort of amazing scientific international study away from proving that UAPs are scientifically real and not a terrestrial or any at least known source. And then we're going to have to do the same thing too, as the guys who want to go to Venus when it comes to proving aliens. Does that make sense?
It does. It does. And
Awesome.
I'm going with I like the new UAO. We went UFO to UAP, and now UAO. I'm digging UAO, which is unidentified aerial object.
Got it. I thought you were going to say organism because of the Venus thing, but
Yeah, right. Now, okay. Now check this out. I love the word irony for a lot of different reasons, but you can apply it all over the place. And this is exciting news today from Venus for a lot of reasons. But I'm going to get to the irony part in a second. But here we have the possibility of life on Mars, probably there right now. It's not that hostile of an environment, right? Yep. Now we have Venus, and Venus, by all accounts, just a billion years ago, was like Hawaii, right? Lush planet, great things were going on. And we kind of always knew that about Venus. But the thing is this, it's 800 degrees on the surface now. You land, you melt, no matter what it is. But the thing is, here we have in our own solar system, when we're questioning, life out there in the galaxy, in the Milky Way or throughout the universe, that the two closest planets to us, light.
Yep.
Right? And that's what I think is great news. But let me get to the irony part.
Sure.
Phosphine, you know what it really is?
You mean like the chemical composition, like in terms of the fact that it's phosphorus free, like hydrogen atoms? Or
Okay, this is where you got to take your geek hat off.
Sure.
Okay, phosphine is swamp gas.
Oh yeah, that's hilarious.
Isn't that hilarious? I mean, that is
super synchronistic. I
Yes.
agree. Almost at a fishy level. I am wondering about that. That is strange.
that is the trippiest of all. And now that I've let everybody know really what we're talking about here, whenever we talk about Venus or phosphine in the future, we're all going to snicker just a little bit because of the irony there of this discovery. But yeah, very exciting day. No doubt about it. And of course, the news out of Japan. Looks like they've got a new directorate to the Japanese Defense Forces, and that they are going to be reporting any UAOs, unidentified aerial objects. And they are going to include in the reports and the research, in the investigation, civilian reports from the public. Now, that's pretty interesting. That is actually great news. So that's the way that I look at it. And before we get started, Dee, today with all of this exciting news, and you doing your thing, and you got a company to run and stuff. Did you today read or write math?
Yes.
You did. Did you do an algorithm today? What did you do?
So one of the things that I'm doing is just building my own custom simulator. It's not like an industry grade thing, or it's going to replace anybody's simulator. Basically, what I made was I do a lot of like homework, quantum calculations when it comes to like 1 qubit and 2 qubit gate operations, right? So 1 qubit, 2 qubit gate operations are mathematically matrices that you apply and multiply to a vector. That vector represents your quantum state, and your quantum state represents your qubits. And so there's a certain number of kinds of gates that you'll apply again and again and again. And for certain kinds of problems, let's say you're doing material science problems, there may be certain kinds of things that you want to do again and again. And right? So so I'm always building, on this little personal simulator. So that's what I did. One of the things I did today was just double check my math so I could transfer it, onto code. And then now, like, I have this little, unique calculator for my research. Just
Okay, that was my next question. Okay, are you whiteboarding this, or are you using a calculator in a computer?
So these days, when I had access to an office space, I could whiteboard, and I have a small little whiteboard, two now at home. But yeah, I actually my place is trying to look more like a math science lab day by day, like thanks to COVID. I have tons of copies, like notebooks that I fill out, literally hundreds, probably thousands of pages at this point, man. Like, over the past 2, 3, 4 years. So, yeah.
Right now, Sean Carroll started a new web series, and I think it's called, Sean Carroll, the physicist here at Caltech. I think it's called The World's Biggest Problem, or Problems. I think that's what it's something similar to that. Okay. Anyway, so he he whiteboards. So he'll take a physics issue, quantum physics issue, and start with the statement, and then the question, right? The journey is laid out there. He does a visual description, and then he starts, man. He starts upper left-hand corner, and he's whiteboarding out all of the math, and gets to the end by the end of the video, which is hour and a half long, and it's fascinating to see the process of working through the equations. I'm not quite a physicist, but I'm feeling smarter. It's pretty cool.
Awesome. And the right ones do literally make you smarter when you listen to them.
Well, see, there's an art form. If we go back, to like Feynman and others, John Wheeler, that were really, really good. Kip Thorne's really good at this too, and so many others. Anyway, we don't need to go down the list. But physics and quantum physics needs, it's supported by the math, of course, but it needs a storyteller. It needs an orator. You need to be able to get the symbols, the equations into a visual sense so people understand what the heck you're talking about. And that's what was so great about Feynman, right? He could lay this out in a way that everybody could understand, and then go back to the chalkboard and the whiteboard and look at the equations. But unless you have a good storyteller, a good physicist that can tell you what he's thinking and what his journey is going to encompass, it's meaningless to the public, isn't it?
That is very true. And it's going to be true with our relationship with the robots that we build as well. So one of the problems that I run into with my own research is the sort of self-accepting or admittance that the kind of data, the kind of simulations that we're going to be producing, related to our systems as these quantum computers get bigger, related to, let's say, potential new materials to be tested out in the real world, it's going to surpass the amount of just like raw brain power that we would have to process that data naturally. So we are going to have to look to AI agents to sort through, all this sort of simulation and engineering data that we're getting out of our computers. And it's going to be very interesting, right? Where we have to hope. I'll give you an example. Like, if that sounds too abstract, let's say that Elon wants to make let's say like he's been egged on enough, right? About the whole UAP situation, the Tic Tacs, and he's like, all right, let's figure out how quickly can we pivot from the kind of technology that we're building right now for SpaceX to Tic Tac level technology. If you were to black box that problem, what you could do, let's say at a very naive method, could be just trying to match the velocity and the acceleration that the Tic Tac was able to do, right? So, so the Tic Tac, right? It was able to do, at least officially, roughly Mach 31, and for context, something that always blows my mind is when we compare it to the International Space Station, which I believe travels at Mach 25. So Elon could try
Sorry, I took the time to make some
and as well as the 1,000 G forces.
Fried rice.
Now, in order to get there,
Sorry about that.
one might argue that it's, of course, a theoretical physics problem, right? Of course, it's an engineering problem and science problem. And one half of the equation is going to be the kinds of materials,
shrimp,
at least one half of it,
fried
is the
rice,
materials required to build such a craft, right? How do they function together? What is so
with
magical
spinach
about the
and
spin
garlic
the
and
interior
pepper
that allows for them to, to manipulate space-time potential? right? Or how is that being done? And so when you look at that problem, imagine if Elon decided, okay, well, I don't want to wait until 200 or 300 years to see that technology in my lifetime. I want to do it now. Well, what you could do is if you had a very powerful computer that had both classical computing capabilities and quantum computing capabilities, that computer would be able to sort through quantum data and make sense of quantum data. And now that's really important because every material in the end of the day, every superconductor, right, everything that may have antigravitic properties, should they exist, will have a what you can think of as a genome, right, like a fingerprint.
You guys wouldn't believe how I
clear
make this.
description
Wouldn't believe it.
using purely quantum
So
mechanics.
delicious.
And the treatment of quantum mechanics. Sorry. So that's the magic. One of the things that Richard Feynman, by the way, I'm sure you know this, but for the audience, well, Richard Feynman is technically the father of quantum computing. He's the guy who suggested why we would even need one in the first place, and describe what it would be and what it would do. And the whole point was he's very famous for saying this quote.
God, it's so good.
Quote, and he says that nature is quantum mechanical, damn it. So in order to simulate it, you need a computer or a system that is quantum mechanical in nature. So that's what we're dealing with here. If you want to bypass the sort of dumb trial and error way of doing science that we've been doing for the past
You guys
hundreds,
wouldn't
thousands of
believe how I
years,
make this.
You train your own AI, right, that can run on a quantum computer to figure out how to find those materials instead for you. But then at that point, there's that knowledge gap, right? So that's why I bring that up, because right now we have these knowledge gaps between, let's say, like genius theoretical physicists like Feynman and everybody else. But even that gap can somewhat be kind of overcome through communication, through being a good communicator. I don't know if we've figured that out yet with our machines. So yeah.
Yeah, that's a really great point. And there is another aspect.
This is the only kind of soy I fuck with.
That's a great segue that we're going to be discussing a lot tonight. In that, when you bring up physics and especially the quantum side of it, mechanics and theory, this is stuff that, in a general sense, we can't see. Okay, that's it. We can't see it. We know it's there, we know it exists, and we can plug in the numbers. But that's what you do, theoretical, right? And you're trying to measure, you're trying to observe,
soy sauce.
And then you're trying to get the results. That's it in a nutshell.
I know how to make
physics, as crazy and as complicated
I know how to make it really quick.
You're always going to start with the basics.
Got spinach and added carrots.
You're going to have something.
Garlic, salt, with pepper.
It's going to move. Something's going
very
to have
little
mass,
ingredients
and
teriyaki.
Speed. You're going to have
not the marinade or the thick stuff.
You have all of those numbers.
Mild teriyaki added to it,
and then you start to work your way forward. And as complex as it is, if you know those general things about physics, you can, if you want to just apply yourself, you can follow your way through the method to get to the end result. That's why Elon would be able to do what he's going to do, which is also that application of the unknown and trying to turn it into the known. Is the same thing when you're studying UFOs, right? Is it the same methodology where we have all these great unknowns? We have some knowns, right? We have photographs and videos. We have speed. We have color. We have time. We have distances. We have location. We have a lot of data that we can plug in, but we have data that we can't plug in.
Oh, get out of there, Moth! God damn it!
So, are the same two? I know it sounds crazy.
I'll eat it.
But are the two fields actually closer to being related than we think?
Yes, I certainly think so, and in more ways than one, right? So one abstract way that the two fields are very deeply related, I think, is that if we are dealing with here's two things. So if we're dealing with
No, Barb.
let's say let's stick with the ETH, right, the extraterrestrial hypothesis for a second, where we have these physical biological life forms from other planets. If they can get here, then at the very least their material science and their engineering is more advanced than ours. And if that is the case, then,
Oh, sorry, guys, the mic
they
fell
would
down.
absolutely have a better
Sorry about that.
understanding of quantum mechanics and general relativity.
Oh,
And
yeah, it's
all
okay. I have
the
the speaker on. I forgot.
There's also something about structural realism, which we'll talk about later. But it's
Yeah,
totally
kill
worth
that
getting
fucking
into.
thing, right?
And it's
I'll turn
relevant
these
to the
lights
ET. But anyways,
I love that term.
So
Black Bigot uses that term.
those guys would have the ability, they would know more physical commercial properties of matter than we do. And so again, like calculating that or finding that is a quantum physics phenomena or quantum physics problem. So there's a world right there or a scenario where the intersection of quantum physics intersects UAPs directly, where we are looking at, all right, can our models of physics describe what we're seeing? And if not, what is the difference? And is the difference, a subtle difference, right? Is it because we're observing materials that we can discover using existing tools, right? Using our existing quantum computers, or is it materials that just simply cannot be discovered using quantum mechanics-based tools, and it's something even deeper and more advanced and something that we haven't conceptualized yet? You can never rule that out. I don't think that's the case, though. I think, I think any species that we can actually physically observe that has mass, that isn't, of course, tricking us, right? Assuming that this isn't the trickster, or that some super intelligence is messing with us, then those guys are probably not that too much far beyond, quantum mechanics as we know it, right? Their idea of atomic physics would definitely be a lot more advanced, but I don't think it would be so advanced that like they would be considered multidimensional or have those capabilities, for example. And that's because they have to move around physically, and so
if you stay inside of ETH.
Sure.
Right. That's you have to stay inside of ETH for that to apply. Let me ask you this: we've got 2 minutes to the break.
Sure.
What we have.
Another plate.
How do I say this right? Our version of the laws of physics that apply here on Earth, because that is based around gravity here on Earth and other things. There's a lot of elements
This is
to
the
it.
best
But
kind of way to eat.
our laws of physics, as they apply to us, do they apply in Zeta Reticuli? Do they apply in Andromeda? Another galaxy that is 2 million light years away. Same laws of physics, or would they be different?
So as far as we've observed, they all follow the same laws of physics, right? At least in the observable, what's called the Hubble volume, right? Everything what we can observe and measure through the Hubble telescope has followed the kinds of physics and has broken the kinds of physics that we thought we knew in the same kinds of ways, the same consistent ways. But it's still totally open-ended as far as we know. It's a very open-ended question of physics, right? Is the laws of the universe, right, laws of physics uniform right outside of the Hubble volume, right? What if right outside of what we can observe and measure, like let's say a billion light years outside of that, past that point, gravity is upside down, right? Like everything
That's
goes.
what I'm saying. Yeah, exactly. Well, in another, there's the multiverse aspect of this, and in another universe, they could have a completely different volume of laws.
You wouldn't believe it. And it's good.
That's right. Exactly. So, like in a different world, anything that, yeah, exactly. That opens up. So it's where Sean Carroll's work really comes in, right? We can talk about this,
Get on my
after the break as well. But
You just
the
fucking
multiverse
ruined my food.
interpretation,
Kill him.
and all the different
There he is.
interpretation of quantum
Get him.
mechanics plays a role
Yeah.
too. But we'll talk about structural realism as well, because now that you mentioned it,
I'm gonna
right?
have a
That's
little
the
moss
next
dust.
question that we need
Oh,
to be
that one
answering
fucker
is
did too. On the
basically
edge.
whether, because it matters about, it affects how we can communicate with other intelligences, how much we can convey, how much information.
I also
But
have this
basically,
shit in
structural
here.
realism looks
Twine.
at and is looks at the belief of whether the math of a physics equation actually represents what's happening underneath, like whether it represents true reality or base reality, or whether it's just a good description, a good approximation, right? A lot of people believe mathematics is just something we invented. It's not something you discover, a facet of the universe. But if it is something you discover, a facet of the universe, something objectively you'll keep coming across again and again, then theoretically there are ways of having a universal language that is mathematically based. We can talk about this, or at least convey just mathematical truths universally to other species. That's super cool, right? Using something called category theory.
That's right.
So, yeah.
Yeah, let's cover that when we come back after the break. Our guest tonight, Deep Prasad. We are going to tonight cover UFO research and how to apply modern science and physics to the known and unknown data. It don't get no much better than that. And that's my broken English because I'm a doofus and Deep isn't. We'll be right back.
You're too nice, man.
Another way to make this, I should just tell you guys how to make this. You wouldn't believe it. It's not quick. You make a giant full order. It'll take forever to finish it. I know how to fucking make fried rice. Real fucking quick. You talk about a quick, easy way to make food. I know how to do it. I might start doing it on my channel because I fucking do that shit real good.
I'm a best-selling author and the founder of ForbiddenKnowledge.tv. Together with my team, we have built an all-new conscious streaming TV platform designed with every family member in mind.
And by the way, all the mods that you can't see, I can't see. And they're everywhere.
Look no further. ForbiddenKnowledge.tv. There are dozens of workshops and lectures from speakers you know and love. We've also included amazing categories to ensure that your consciousness is entertained and elevating on a daily basis. Amazing interviews, ancient history, ascension knowledge, wisdom teachings, documentaries, conspiracies, mysteries, health and fitness, conscious cooking, meditations, finance, yoga, and so much more. Start your free trial on any mobile device or computer. Surf to ForbiddenKnowledge.tv. That's Forbidden Knowledge, number 4, ForbiddenKnowledge.tv. Again, visit ForbiddenKnowledge.tv today.
Listen, I know, and you know, that you always wanted your first crystal skull. Or maybe you're a collector just like me, but you just don't know where to go to find the real thing. Then I met Carolyn Ford over at EinsteinTheCrystalSkull.com. Carolyn is the guardian of Einstein, one of the most respected ancient crystal skulls in the world. All of her unique skulls have been imprinted sitting with Einstein in his sacred lodge and are carved from the finest gemstone and materials. Imprinting is the process of receiving the ancient wisdom from the master skull or master computer. Einstein, the ancient crystal skull. To see Carolyn's current collection of crystal skulls, just visit her store at EinsteinTheCrystalSkull.com. Click on the banner over on our
dog
site.
wants some.
Don't forget to use the promo code Jimmy
I'm
at checkout
full, so I'm
to
gonna
receive
give my dog
10%
some.
off of your
1
order
second.
today.
Come on, Five.
That's promo code Jimmy. Finding your first or next crystal skull is easy. Just visit EinsteinTheCrystalSkull.com. When you take the beans from Central America with dashes of Indonesian and African mixed in and then roasted to the dark side of fade to black, you create the ultimate brew of fringe. Introducing the Fade to Black blend from River Moon Coffee. Yes, River Moon's darkest customized roast was created for the love of Fade to Black. The alchemy of masterful roasting and smoking the beans is in every sip of this full-bodied dark Java. I need my coffee dark, deep, with distinct bittersweet chocolate highlights, just like the bunker. Leaning further into the darkness of the roast is Fade to Black blend from River Moon Coffee. Just click on the banner at jimmychurchradio.com and use the promo code F2BBLEND for 15% off of your order today. Go Beckley Teppy.
Hello, Acadians. You're listening to my main man, Jimmy Church, on jimmychurchradio.com.
Hi, this is Ray Hobbs here, repping the planet, and you're listening to my good friend, Jimmy Church, Fade to Black, on the Game Changer Network.
I'm going to bring this over here. Just because I felt like it. One second. Because I get this all cozied out now. So.
This is Michael Hanks of the Grading Report, and you're listening to Jimmy Church on Fade to Black, across the board on the Game Changer Radio and the one and only KGRA Radio.
All right. Welcome back. Fade to Black. Kicking off this week. Tonight, Deep Prasad is here. Tomorrow night, Jay Widener. Wednesday night, Carolyn Ford. Thursday night, Fader night. Open lines all night long. Tonight, Deep Prasad, we are discussing how to apply modern science and physics to all of the known and unknown data when it comes to investigating and researching extraterrestrial intelligence, UFOs, UAPs, now UAOs. Now, Deep, we're going to get to structural realism here in a second. But I want to actually respond, and I know that you're hanging out on Twitter. You can see what's going on. Kim just posted this question, and I think it's an excellent one. She says, can you give us a layperson's version of Sean Carroll's multiverse theory? And I think even Sean struggles with it at times because it gets way out there. And it's hard for people to accept what the physics is suggesting here. But let's take a crack at it. I really enjoy this subject. What is the multiverse?
Sure. So, first of all, I love that question. It all stems from, we have to go all the way back to the early 1900s, when quantum mechanics was being sort of formed and discovered by the fathers, right? Werner Heisenberg, Bohr, Einstein, Erwin Schrödinger, Paul Dirac, and many other people. And one of the things that they agreed on was mathematical structure, right? And that's why quantum mechanics is successful, because it actually makes successful predictions, very empirically successful predictions based on hardcore math. But what was very sort of subjective was the interpretation of what that math said about the underlying nature of reality itself. And so that's where the multiverse comes in, and the whole idea of the multiverse interpretation and hypothesis, and the many worlds interpretation, all that stuff. It all stems from the idea of the wave function. And so basically, in quantum mechanics, when we want to describe the state of a system, right, a quantum state, mathematically, what people will say is, oh, that's a ray in the complex Hilbert space, right? So 2 to the n dimensional, in the 2 to the n dimensional Hilbert space. But physically, though, right, the crazy part is that we can only describe whatever it is that we can measure, but we can't describe with any kind of math exactly what is happening when a quantum state is in a superposition. So when you have a wave function, right, that describes a true quantum state, right, something that is in a superposition, that is very fascinating.
This laptop comes in
because
handy.
in the end of the
We just
day,
pick
what
it
we're
up.
saying is that all measurements related to quantum system, all measurables and observables are defined by the wave function, right? The wave function defines the probability amplitudes. So basically, what we know for fact is the probability of measuring something for a given measurable encoded by the wave function, but we can never know for sure what outcome we will get, right? So what happened is this argument ensued about the nature of the collapse of the wave function, right?
What you
so what
doing?
we all agree on is the
You gotta
measurables,
explain yourself.
but some people will say that the wave function, which and we'll describe, think of it, I don't want to like
gotta explain yourself a little.
describe
You
it
make
in
noises.
such a way that
Just
people
explain
get
yourself.
the
Like,
wrong visual
I was
picture.
doing
It's very
stuff.
important to have
That
a
would be
nice
good for a dog.
visual
That's a
picture
great
when it
excuse
comes
for
to
a
this
dog.
stuff.
I was doing
So
stuff.
so when I say wave function, I think
That would
that
make
what
like
we should
plenty
really
of
do
sense.
is look at go
I
back
was
to the
doing
whole double
stuff.
slit experiment. It's really like commonly used for a reason, and that's because that's sort of the most comprehensive
That
experiment
fried
that
rice
you
is
can do that
fucking
sort
good.
of encompasses all
I'm gonna have to
the
do a
quantum
thing on
mechanics,
that so you guys
including
know
the fact
how I
that the
do
wave
that.
function
And it
even
is
exists
so
in the first
good,
place.
so quick. We're talking not even 10 minutes
right?
for that
like,
shit. Fried rice.
Typically, the whole point with that double slit
To you
experiment
guys,
is that when you
you guys would
fire
be
just a
blown away at
single
the
particle,
tactics I use
let's
to
say
make fucking
electron,
quality food.
it should just stay as one single particle and go through just one single slit. Yet for some reason, when you're not making a measurement on the system, you're not measuring which slit the electron went through, it behaves as if it was a wave that collided with itself. That's where the whole and so the reason why that is, we can only infer from the math, right? Like we don't, we can only we
Hey,
know that
buddy,
how,
how
we
are
don't
you?
know
Come
why.
on up here,
So
Five.
so the fact
You
that
can
it
enjoy
ends
the
up as a
luxuries of
wave
being
now,
up
by
here
the way,
too.
right? That wave pattern is no
Come on, Five.
surprise.
Come on up here.
Because now we know that, oh,
Get up here.
okay, you can describe
Come on,
that
Papa.
using the wave function.
There you go.
AKA
Come on, get up there.
you can
There you
describe
go.
that by
There
using
you go, Papa.
complex analysis and category theory to describe that.
Thank you,
But
Baba.
again, the actual behavior
Thank
of
you,
why it is
Baba.
that the particle ends up being measured at the end as if it behaved as a wave, that's up for debate. So now enter Sean Carroll.
Oh,
Sean Carroll says that here's why the particle acts as if it became a wave version of itself and collided with itself. Because mathematically, it's very intuitive. It sounds simple, but it's very interesting. But he's basically saying because the math describes a particle, moving and had to behave like a wave and colliding with itself.
There you go, Baba.
Right? Basically
go.
saying that the wave function is real.
Trying to get my dog
saying
away
that
now.
each branch, each possibility that the
There you
wave
go.
function describes is a physical reality, right? And we all just live on different branches. So he's basically saying that the simplest way of interpreting this wave-like behavior is simply by assuming that we literally live, in this reality. Let's call it a multiverse, where there's this one sort of wave function that rules them all, and we all, whatever we make a measurement, all we're doing is just tapping into that wave function. We're only making one. We're just one instantiation of this wave function, where we're making that measurement, right? And so that's the crazy part, because in classical physics, in the day-to-day world, in the non-quantum world, objects only behave with definitive characteristics. They have what I would describe a definite eigenstate, right? I would describe them using so basically, I only have one pair of headphones. It's not like I can't tell you exactly where it is, right? Or exactly, let's say, how fast it's going. So we have this sort of a privilege in the classical world, where we expect objects to behave with definitive attributes and qualities, whereas in quantum mechanics, you don't have that. So again, Sean Carroll is trying to describe and explain part of that, right? And so it all goes back to the very fact it's very simple, right? An object, when fired, let's say at a wall, right? If I throw a ball at a wall and it bounces back, it can only bounce back with the same amount, with the conservative amount of force that I put and threw at the wall, right? The conservation of momentum and conservation of energy applies. At most, the ball cannot come back at me with more power and speed than I put into it when I threw it at the wall. And so these are all classical physics intuitions. But what's happening in the quantum mechanics world,
Did
right?
he just say intuition? That's a trigger word for me.
The wall, and it's no longer going in the direction you expected. It's almost following this wave-like pattern when you're not measuring it. That's just so freaking weird, right? So basically, Sean is saying that yes, we kind of live in this wave function. Does that make sense? And we can keep going deeper, but
and to take it one step further, and especially for clarity, is that what Sean is saying is that you have to, if you accept the math the way it is now, that every possibility exists and happens.
How's it going, Bill?
Our world
it's only
here,
BS
where
to you,
we
Bill.
are, is one instance
not
of
BS to
something
me.
happening. But every other possibility of your decision, your action, whatever it may be,
I mean, it's just chatter.
also
It's not like
happens
they got one
somewhere
opinion
else,
about one thing
to
on
the
this.
infinite.
There's a lot of
And
opinions
that
going on
is
here,
the part
or
that
a lot
most
of
people
different
can't wrap their
scenarios
head around.
possible. So it's not
And
like
it's a classical
they're
thing.
talking
There
about
is,
something that's simplistic.
I've
and
heard
it's
Sean
BS.
say
It's
it,
something
and
that's complex.
Brian Green and
there
others
might be
say
some
that, well,
shit in there that
this
is
world today I
obviously
had a
right
ham
and
sandwich.
some that is obviously wrong.
In the next world, I didn't. Right? I had one with cheese. And that
I don't care what you
that's
think. Go
the
ahead
part
and troll
of the
if you want.
fantastical,
I'll fucking let you stay
right?
in
The
here.
science
Go
fictional
ahead and
side
stay
of it,
stupid,
where people just kind of
critical
stop and
shit
go, wait
all
a
night
minute.
long.
Now you're asking a
And
bit
your
too
name's
much
Bill.
of us.
Bill's
to,
about the stupidest
to
name you
believe
get a
and to
kid.
understand
I'm just saying.
what you are suggesting.
Oh yeah, we'll name him Bill.
Well, it's hard.
His
because
last name is way better
somebody
though,
who literally,
Angelotti. But
does
let's just
computer
give him the
research
first
all
name,
day
Bill.
long,
To
like
piss
for
him
living.
off. Sorry, bro.
I am constantly wondering where the hell is all this quantum information.
They use
stored,
big terms,
right? Like,
Bill, but
how does nature do the
it's just, look, none of these shows are going to be on target. None of them. There's not one. But if you're going to talk about stuff like this, at least be open-minded.
Right?
Is all I have to say.
And so, like, that.
No,
like,
Bill, you can stay.
like,
I'm just saying, if you're going to be an asshole, go ahead and be one. I'm not going to get rid of you.
Worlds out there. When you start thinking about these things, so.
I just don't think that it's a big deal. I mean, it's like, yeah, there's all kinds of shit entwined here that could be possible and could actually make a lot of sense. But
purely.
Who am I? I'm a warlock.
Now, let's get back to the structural realism definition.
First of all, Bill, you haven't said anything convincing to me that you know any better. So any critical shit you do or say is kind of going to go under the radar, even though I'll respond to it. But I mean, like you haven't provided anything of your intellect on this chat yet. You just started talking and complaining. But as soon as you do, I might just turn this guy off and start listening to you in chat.
So structural
how about that?
will say that
You're
that's
not a big
the
warlock.
case.
You don't even have a picture on your
And
goddamn
so,
icon
hold
on your
on, hold
fucking
on. We gotta clean
avatar.
that up a little bit.
If you're a warlock, you'd at the very least
Clean
have a
that up.
goddamn picture on
Let's
your
start
avatar.
over. Okay. Structural realism. Let's see if we can get it down to more real. Talk to me
I'm
like I'm
sure
5
you
years
have,
old.
probably in the fucking gutter, Bill.
Sure. Okay. Sure.
And I have
So,
too, but you don't
that's
know
a-
any of
that's
that.
an
But
interesting,
since you've been
challenge, but of course,
been in all these
absolutely.
cold
So,
places, why don't you just start
okay,
talking
so
about
let's
it,
try to
and I'll turn this
with
off. How about that, Bill?
realism, and let's assume you're a 5-year-old. We'll make it even harder. A
Oh,
5-year-old
okay. You don't want to be
has
identified?
no
Well, you're
mathematics
too late because guess
whatsoever.
what? I
Just
can
have
find
a
you with
basic,
without an
idea.
IP address.
If
I so choose.
Basically, structural realism.
So
in
that
this
already
case would
failed
say,
as a warlock. You already made one mistake.
Okay, so I don't know if
Because I already
you
know how to find
when
out who
jump
you
from
are.
high distance. Like, have you ever jumped from? Let's
I might
say, a
I might
height
even
of
know who you
12
are.
feet? Or
Already.
any distance. Notice how your knees bend. Like, have you ever noticed that? Like,
Yes.
they just kind of bend and reduce.
You've
Okay,
been on Shops
so
AC.
that's really
Well,
cool
I don't know what that's
because
supposed to
what's
mean.
really happening
Bill?
there is a very simple calculation for power is energy over time. So the smaller amount of time you concentrate a higher amount of energy, the greater amount of power you have. And so when humans are falling from a high, bit of ground,
I'm a warlock.
when they land.
Want me to talk about how I can do shit, Bill?
They're immediately bending their knees to increase.
Or do you want to do all the
So
talking?
increase the denominator and reduce the power. So aka reduce the amount of force. That's
Okay,
felt on
Bill,
their
if
body,
that's the case,
right,
then
all
why
in
did
one
you come
go.
up with such a
So our
lousy fucking
bodies
name for
naturally do
yourself?
that kind of thing without
Bill
knowing the
Doe and
physics
no avatar?
calculation of
An
P
avatar's
equals
not going to
T.
identify you.
So that is a scenario where, let's say, a 5-year-old.
But I
probably
will
know that
with just
math
your
infinity
channel, your
too,
YouTube channel.
right? Where the brain, and so structural realism for 5-year-old.
If you've been to other parts of the universe, then tell me one thing, Bill.
Because
why are you so lame on your
a
YouTube channel?
mathematical equation, some kind of symbols that the universe follows, right? To the T.
Well, I'm just
or
saying, you know.
is it something that
Kind of
it
lame.
just
You're just on
kind
this
of
shitty
understands
YouTube channel.
to mimic and emulate, and that there is no truly real pattern there. We can only sort of closely understand it, and our brains and bodies are just doing that, just kind of.
The
guessing
warlock's
at
name
it.
is
Now, I
part of
wouldn't
his
tell the 5-year-old what I
manifest.
mean by that is
A
a
warlock's
mathematical
name can
proclamation,
also
that is not structural
create a
realism,
safety.
but so you see what I'm saying. But structural
do.
realism would
Safety.
say,
So you know you don't
yeah,
know what you're
structural
talking
realism would
about.
say to the
Did you
5-year-old
know that a warlock's
that,
name
a
is
structural
very
realist
important?
will say that
Just
the
his
brain
name.
led you to bend your knees because it understood
Bubba.
and learned the true nature of reality. It actually understood the true structure of the universe
Did
mathematically.
you know a
because
warlock's
math
name is actually
the true
very important to a
representation of the
warlock?
structure of being.
It's part of his conjure. It's
So
part of his
how would this
magic.
apply,
And when he does a conjure, other
with
warlocks
the
can
study
recognize
of
him by
ET
his name.
technology and
But if
UFOs?
you don't know me, then you're not a warlock.
So this applies in the form that okay, when we're looking at other UAPs.
First of
that,
all,
let's
a
say, are
warlock
coming
is not
from
afraid to
another
showcase
world,
and promote
what we're
himself.
going to be asking
It's just
is
that he
whether
has to
structural
do it
realism,
under the radar because those are the rules.
Is the right way to go about the world, right? You're
allowed to talk whatever you want, though, as a warlock.
The world where we kind of just
You're allowed
look
to
at
say
the
whatever you
form
fucking
and the
want.
structure,
Bill.
right? And we kind of say we take a hard stance. We decide that we say nothing about the underlying nature of the universe, or we say that
No, it's not falsification. I already know who you are. You're one of those Bible thumpers
sort of
on
objective.
Jimmy Black or
I
Jimmy
think
Church.
and it matters because
This show right here.
if we're
You're that
dealing
guy that
with
was
objects
on
from
his
a
fucking
different
channel.
part
You
of
just
the
changed your
universe,
channel.
who's to say
I
that
believe
that
you're
is
that
not
Bible
useful
thumper
in
that was
part of
on.
the universe, right?
Yeah.
It sounds weird, but what if it's less useful than approximation?
No, it doesn't sound
But
weird
I
to
can
me.
officially find out
It does
who
not,
you
no,
are.
let me tell you why it doesn't sound weird.
Yeah.
And to anybody out there that wants to be critical, or
Warlocks
suggest
never say
otherwise.
whatever. They always talk about
Brian Green.
their
I'm
capabilities
going
at
to
the very
paraphrase
least. when they're talking to
But
me.
Brian Green said this about
If you don't
ET
have
arriving on
capabilities,
planet
then you'll leave
He
my
said, so they
chat
get
because
here,
you won't have anything to talk about.
and we want to show them everything that we know. And we'll look
Okay,
at our
I am
science
finding
and our
out.
physics
And
and
by the
our
way,
math
Bill,
and our
there's a few other
calculations
people you could be, and when I
nuclear
run a check,
age
I'll
and what
find
we
out.
know.
How about
And they're
that?
going to look back at us and go, you know what? We did that math thing a long time
See,
ago.
you're already
Something that
saying you don't want to be found out, but now you're saying you want me to find out,
just
which
that.
is contradictory
We
to
think
your
that math
logic
is
that you started out with, Bill.
Math is
You've
gonna
already
be the
said that.
great communicator.
Now
across
you're
the
repeating
universe.
yourself.
But we don't know that.
Exactly.
I think that's a fascinating point that you just made. Brian Green
God,
virtually
you're
said
boring,
the exact
dude.
same
You're
thing.
fucking boring. I
can't
can
jump
sit
to
here and
those kinds of
masturbate
conclusions.
and get more entertainment.
Yeah, no,
Bill?
we can't. It makes our task harder as people who are, let's say, researching UFOs.
You're so powerful,
right? Like,
you
how
probably
do
go
you
by the name of
even
fucking
begin to
King
understand
Cobra
life that
JFS.
may not have been subject to the same kinds of physics or even the same relationship with mathematics as we do, right? Like, what does that even mean?
If
right
you're
now
so
from a,
powerful, then
psychology
why am I still
perspective?
here?
What does
If you
that
become,
apply,
if you're trying to
to
become
the
an
way that
enemy, why am
somebody
I
might
still
think
here? If you're such a
about
good
life and
warlock,
experience life? It just changes so many things.
Now,
if you're such a
so
good
to
warlock,
simplify
couldn't you make me stop talking because you're
If,
so powerful,
It
Bill?
could be, and we need to continue applying.
Because you're so powerful, you
the
can make me
math
stop
to this,
talking,
but
right?
It could
Let's see
be
you do it,
something as
Bill.
simple
Make
as,
me stop talking,
we
Bill.
have
You're
craft
such a good
that
warlock.
there
You
may
can make me stop
not be any
talking. Let's see you
buttons or
do it,
switches
Bill.
or
Please,
screens
I'm
or
asking you.
even a
I'm going to turn this
visual,
off, Bill. We're going to
tangible
talk.
propulsion system. This
Okay, Bill. Here I am. Go ahead. Make me stop talking. You're a warlock, right? You don't mean any harm to me. Well, that's great. Well, then make me stop talking as an example of your power. And then stop it after like 2 minutes. I will not. Yes, you will not because you're not a warlock. Now, however, if I want to, I can just, bullseye into what the features are of this matrix of socializing and conduct and the way people are, and my intuition will tell me exactly who you are eventually. My intuition will tell me, but it takes a while. I have to build a presentation and provide it to my psychic aspects. When it agrees that those are possibilities, then the psychic aspects can take place, and I can start getting pictures of who you are and what you do and what you look at on the computer. Bill? Oh, yeah, I can stop you by blocking you. But, well, right now I'm just making you look like an ass, which is way more interesting. I got my fucking block mechanism over there. I can just get up and go get it, but I'm not really that, blocking you would be boring since you're in chat right now and you're trying to act like you're so powerful. Well, if you're so powerful, I'm waiting, bitch. I'll just tell you right now, Bill, I'm an enemy, okay, of you. If you're a warlock, but you can't prove that you're one because you can't even fight back, bitch. Hey, boo-boo, what's up? Hi, buddy. All you can do at this point, Bill, is keep talking and making yourself look slimier and goofier and more nerdy, like right out of a nerd movie, every time you fucking make a sentence, and that would get boring for you, I guess. It might be somewhat entertaining to the third person that came in to the live stream here. Yeah, right. Yeah, right. Okay, well, I'm a distortion time warlock, so I know all about time, bro. I am what Doctor Who was based off of, bitch. You know what, Bill? You're a fucking girl. Who says awesome after I just challenged your ass? Fucking gay or what? You fucking lesbian? You like to watch transvestites? No, I know you didn't say that, but you were thinking that because I'm a warlock. You like to watch transvestites? Why? Bill. I know you didn't say it in chat, but you were thinking it. So why'd you say that? You felt no challenge because you can't offer a challenge, Bill. And you're not a fucking guy. I don't even think you're a guy now. You're traveling, huh? Okay, let's talk about your traveling. Where are you at? You know, tell us what the sites are. If you're visually there's a visual connection there. Let's hear about the sites. You're traveling. You're traveling. We're waiting. I mean, it doesn't take that much to type. Oh, I forgot. You're a warlock. You don't really need to type, right? So it should be a lot easier to like communicate with me. The human mind isn't ready for that. Well, let's see. I'm guessing you're like one of about 3 people. I'm already getting intuition polls right now, and they're saying this and they're saying that. And I'm getting more closer right now as a warlock is knowing exactly who the fuck you are. And I'm pretty sure you're a female now. So I've gone from thinking you were a couple other people to a female. How do you like them apples, bitch? You know, you got a juicy vagina, and it's probably pretty hot, but you're fucking a bitch, bro. You know, you're a fucking bitch. Yep, you're a bitch. It took you too long to respond to that. See, I already know I'm right now because of that. Just your delay in conversation has already let me know for sure, 100%, without question, you're a female. Just the way you're talking, I can tell. Yeah, I know you were saying nothing in chat, but just the way I could read your mind. All right, now I'm starting to read your mind, bro. Now you're talking to a real warlock, so don't even fuck with it. Because the more linear time that goes by, I'm already absorbing energy, and I already know who the fuck you are now. See, stop talking. I was right on the button. The guy's a fucking bitch. Black, fucking hair too. You know, one of those brunettes. Probably Tara the Tard. Now I'm thinking it's Tara the Tard because she has black or brown, dark hair. Probably just dark hair, not quite jet black or anything, but yeah, I think you're Tara the Tard. Wow, I'm right on the button. Right. So I think for sure you're Tara the Tard now because she thinks she's a witch. Yeah, you definitely are Tara the Tard. Hey, let me ask you this. How often do you actually douche? For being a woman, how often do you douche? And do you ever have anything like temptations to stick one up your asshole? Just to see, if it would help clean up your asshole or something. Just asking, Bill. Yeah, witches are a joke. Yeah, you're a female. You're just saying that to try to throw the other 2 people or 3, whatever, 2 people in they're looking off. We all know you're a fucking Tara the Tard now, dude. Witches are no different than warlocks, okay? It's just the quality of the witch you're talking about, what kind of witch they are. It's kind of like a technician. What kind of technician? You got to ask. You can't just say it's a fucking technician. You got to say what kind of technician it is. Because women can be fucking just as strong as me. All right, there's a few in the world that are witches that are probably not as strong as me, but they've had more financial gain than me in that regard. Yeah, Bill. Sure you are. Sure you're traveling. You wish me the best for what? You started bitching and griping at the beginning of the chat. So what you basically you're trying to say, I'm a troll, but I think I'll leave in a nice way. I wish you the best. I'm traveling. Right. You should see the how fast how fast I can make things travel. And I'm not just talking about people. I'm talking about like old fucking metal things. You should see how fast those travel. And I don't even have to use warlock powers when I use one of those. They're really easy. Warlocks are actually very technically inclined and know how to do all kinds of cool stuff. But if you don't have anything about warlock that you want to talk about, then you're boring. So you might as well leave if you're traveling. And if you're traveling in my direction, you'll come across a thing that goes kind of like shakes your heart. And when it shakes your heart, you'll know full well that was me, bro. Okay? When you feel your heart go like this, like a fucking hummingbird's wings, for about, I don't know, maybe I'll let it last for a fucking minute. You'll know who did that. I already told you who you are. Yeah? You love me, huh? Well, you are a female. I know you're a female, and if you're a guy, I'd be surprised. But yeah, no, I already know you're a female. I don't think I'm wrong that you're Tara the Tard, though. I mean, the first thing you did in chat was start to talk shit. So why would I sit there and fucking give a fuck? I already told you who you are. I've said it several times. What, you acting like you didn't hear it? Okay, well, you got a mental illness then as well. If if you are Tara the Tard, you got. I mean, even DLF knows that chick's a little weird. She's like in her 40s, late 40s. And she listens to fucking retarded motherfuckers all day long. My powers are extremely powerful. I can make helicopters turn around when they're coming in this direction. Can you do that, bitch? You know what? I can make a heart go like this when somebody's going to try to arrest me, and they'll fucking let me go. I can make their heart flap out of control, and then they'll fucking be like, oh, fuck this. I can't even make this arrest. I got to go to the fucking hospital. So there you go, bitch. I already told you who you are. So I'm just going to keep repeating it, or what? I already told you who you are. Tara the Tard. You're just trying to act like you don't know what I'm talking about. Well, if you're not Tara the Tard, I'm not that guaranteed to making a decision, but I do know you're a female. You are a fucking female, straight up dark hair. That much I know for a fact. Sometimes when I'm dealing with this and I'm trying to concentrate on what my dog's doing in there and what you're saying, I might be wrong on who exactly you are, but I can tell you this, you're a bitch with dark hair. I know that much. No, I'm not. You're a fucking bitch, dude. You are a bitch. A lot of people even said Jesus Christ was a bitch, So I think you're a bitch. My powers are extremely powerful. But I'm only advocated to protect my life. So if somebody comes too close to me, I'll make their heart flap. And if they keep pursuing my direction, I'll make them have a coronary. So if you think that's weak, I don't know what to tell you. I already explained, I can make you have a heart attack. Bitch. By the way, I don't do it until you get close. Proximity is everything. When you get close, then you'll have, I don't have to even do that. I can make you have a wreck. I can make you go off a mountain, wreck your fucking car and tumble it. I can do a bunch of shit. There's no excuse. I'm telling you exactly what I can do. You're not close enough. My intuition is telling me you're over 200 miles away. I don't have to take advice from you on what to do. My powers are only for defense as a warlock. I don't have to make someone sneeze. That wouldn't be defense. So I don't listen to that shit. And I'm not really supposed to do stupid shit like that. I'm supposed to fucking do only protection stuff. Now, I do have a bunch of weapons, but, I only use them when I feel like I'd rather use them. Like, it'd be funner to fucking shoot the motherfucker. But, that's just me. I didn't lose. Well, if you're closer than 200 miles, prove it, bitch. You're such a good fucking, you want to prove your point, so to speak. Just tell us exactly where you are. If you're not 200 miles away, then where are you? Bye. Get out of there. What are you fucking eating? You stay out of there. No. I don't know what the fuck you're eating, dude. I am. But you're not close enough. I told you you're over 200 miles away. I don't even know for sure how far, but at least 200 miles away. I am nice. I'm just telling you you're a fucking woman. That's how nice I am. You're a fucking woman. I am nice. I'm fucking always nice. You started out the dick, not me. And plus, warlocks don't start drama. So there you go. They don't start drama with other people in chat unless they are weak to begin with. No, I just told you, if you're in chat trying to make me pissed as a warlock, then that would just prove in itself you're not a warlock. That's what I'm saying, bitch. You may be an apprentice witch, though. I don't accept any of your power. Nobody would go into fucking live stream chat as a warlock, without some definitive cues or intellect or discussion. But all you're doing is saying stupid shit, challenges and stupid ass shit. You haven't even described how you operate and who has a cap on your powers. And if you say that no one has a cap on your powers, I'll know for a fact that you're not a warlock. I already know you're not a warlock because a warlock doesn't, there's certain things in the etiquette that I already know about. One thing a warlock will do, though, is they'll engage and be socially pleasant, around people, let's say, just on a typical bus ride or this, that, or the other. But for some reason, because a warlock is extremely powerful, like I am, that aura affects the people I'm sitting next to, and they can already know I'm dangerous. So I try to be as nice as possible when I'm close to people, because if I don't, they'll feel the power of my aura. And it's almost like having fucking radioactive heat applied to your fucking body. Okay? If your power is so strong, then you have to talk about the definitive, what you would call technical uses and how you apply it. Because most warlocks do all their work in sleep, and you've said nothing. Well, that's good, but you're not that close. Another thing I can do is I can cause something like a giant fucking static charge in your body, and you'll basically vaporize just like a spontaneous combustion. There might be a foot left over. There might be an arm left over. I mean, there's all kinds of shit I can do, bro. That would be a good one. Spontaneous combustion in a vehicle, because that's what you're traveling in, right? Yeah, I'm liking this one better than a fucking cliff accident. You'll ignore that. Well, all you're doing right now is you're chatting, and warlocks are not known for just chatting. If anything, they'll discuss maybe, especially mainly talking to other warlock, like some of the techniques they use. You haven't said shit, but your technique. Okay, to be a warlock, it's kind of like karate. You got to be able to know some of the techniques. Do you know any techniques as a warlock? I mean, I'm sure you know some karate, right? Please give you what? You haven't done nothing. You haven't even explained techniques or nothing. No, I mean, look, if I was to go into a music studio and the guy there that was supposed to be trained doesn't have any placards up, what do you think I'm going to do? I'm probably going to another studio. You haven't shown or talked about any of your techniques. You don't even have a resume. You haven't talked about any of it. Oh yeah, I'm running my mouth because you don't know how to talk. All you're doing is making quick, rash comments in chat because warlocks actually know how to communicate intellectually. So if you don't know how to do that, then I don't know what to tell you. I feel kind of bad. Maybe riding freight trains is good for you. You garner some interest from me. I'd actually, if your channel all of a sudden had an avatar and you did freight trains, I'd go to it. Find out that you are a female, of course, and then yeah. I don't have to do anything. You haven't proven any techniques you use. You haven't even agreed with me that warlocks work in their sleep. So that proves to me you're not a warlock. No, because I'm a distortion time warlock. That specific kind of warlock and many others, most warlocks, do all their work in sleep. Linear time is manifested differently, and then whatever it is an enemy wanted to throw at you has already been dissolved. That's a warlock. I don't even have to do anything in real time or visual time. Linear time, visual linear time in front of you, because I already know exactly what to do. I'm letting you talk now for a reason, actually. I let you come into chat because no one else was, and I am a warlock, so a lot of people are scared of me. That's why they don't talk in chat, because they're scared of me. No, a lot of people don't come into my chat because they're scared of me. If you're so powerful at talking words, then let's see, manifest something in front of me. But I'm not going to ask you to do that because I already know you won't. I already know you won't. You haven't even talked about what kind of warlock you are. You haven't even mentioned what kind of warlock you are. You haven't even hinted at what kind of warlock you are. I don't have to do anything. See, this is the temptation that supposedly, it's just a story, a metaphor, if you will, because I'm an atheist. But that Satan said to God on the in the desert, trying to get God to fucking kill himself. Basically, all you're doing is trying to influence me to do something according to your interests. But the only thing I'm willing to do right now is have an intellectual conversation, which you cannot deliver. I do know, but a warlock's not supposed to have visual interpretation in linear time of his magic. He's supposed to do everything in sleep. I don't have to shut up. I can continue to have my intellectual backstab at you who doesn't have any intellectual capability. Yeah, okay. When I go to sleep tonight, though, I may do something. No, when I go to sleep, because that's how I work. I don't work when I'm awake. Did you get what I said? I said I go to sleep to process my conjures. Dumb shit. The only way I can process a conjure is to go to sleep because I can't key into that mindset when I'm awake. You fucking wimp. Bitch. You probably fucking jack off with your little fucking dildo every night. To fucking fucking cartoon fucking central. You probably jack off to fucking Adult Swim, motherfucker. Bitch. You probably watch that prison shit on Adult Swim and then fucking masturbate your vagina all night long to that shit, you know? Just wishing that one of those prisoners will break into your house. You know what? When I go to sleep tonight, that would be a good conjure. Get a fucking felon to take custody of you, Bill. Actually, you're Billette. I'm going to start calling you Billette because I know you're a fucking black, dark-haired bitch. Okay, so there you go. You have no intellectual capability. So more or less, that's why even on the internet they say, "Are you a robot?" and you're just like, "No, I'm not a robot." I don't have to block you. I'm getting a kick out of the lack of intellectual capabilities you have. It's entertainment to me. I mean, for a warlock, we strive for entertainment. You're providing, bro. Bitch. You keep repeating. That's a pure sign that you have no power. If something repeats, something is highly intellectual as well as intelligent as a warlock, and they keep repeating, it's obvious they have a lower IQ, more or less, and are not a warlock. I don't have to do anything now. Your powers are weak. You're trying to tell me my powers were weak, but your powers are weak. I told you I process at night, so there you go. See, right now you're just trying to chat me to block you, so you can go to another fucking fake account and try to act like a warlock from that account. It's almost, you know, it's mildly entertaining and it's keeping my live stream going longer, so I appreciate that. There's no excuse. I told you I process in the sleep. What do you not get? I'm awake now, right? So that would probably mean I'm not going to do anything right now. See, because if anything was to happen, I would have already took care of it a day ago, ahead of time, while I slept. So that's why you're powerless right now. Because the other night when I slept, I probably already took care of you while I was sleeping. It's no excuse. I'm just telling you, you have no power because you don't even know how to describe a warlock in any way, shape, or form. You know, a warlock doesn't care about anybody. So a warlock wouldn't even come at me like this. A warlock wouldn't even come in my chat or come up to me or anything. Because warlocks go by a code, kind of like cops. There's nobody. You started out being the dick. What are you talking about? I'll just keep repeating it. Go back and chat and see who started the bitching and the griping. You. Here's you, Bill. I'm going to read your chat. Bill, okay. It's all BS. That's the first thing you did about fucking the guy talking with the other guy on that show. I'm the Alpha Warlock. these guys are BS. Those guys were not warlocks. So how are you going to compare them to warlocks? And then you said they use big terms. Oh, okay. So that means you don't know how to use big terms. I'm guessing that would be the case because you don't have any intellectual capability. And let's go back to the chat and see what you're saying now because you don't have any intellectual capability. See, you haven't said anything about how a warlock works, so you don't. Obviously, you're not one. So I just keep rubbing it in like a salt in a wound because you're so stupid. I'm guessing your IQ is maybe 70, but it's probably because your parents, smoked and drank or something. Man, this is getting boring. I think I'm just gonna block you because now you're getting boring. I'm losing entertainment. Out of this. This is becoming not very fascinating. You're such a bitch. And you're a black-haired bitch with a vagina and probably an oversized half Italian asshole. You probably emanate, from time to time those fumes, and people think you shit your pants when you didn't. And it's like, well, I try to use KY to make the air from the car or the fucking repugnant shit fart smell, prevent it from coming out by using oil on my asshole, but it never seems to work. That would be your intellect. I'll go block you right now, bitch. I'm already bored of you. Go block you right now. Well, you'll probably cancel your channel by the time I try to block you. We'll see. But I may make you sit here and just wait for a while because that would be more humorous. Just make you wait and wait and wait. Another thing that'll piss you off, Bill, is if I can keep records of you, I don't even need to block you. I can just hide you. I mean, keep you as a subscriber if you are one, hide you. That's almost even worse than being blocked. Because then you fucking have to check and see if your fucking shit's being hidden, right? So let's go do that. Let's go take care of Bill Doe. And look, notice how he's already stopped his chat, guys. That means he's probably in the process of deleting that channel. So I probably won't even be able to find it now, but I have a record of it here. It's fun to get rid of your comments too. I ain't gonna lie. Fucking awesome. It's fun to get rid of your comments too. I ain't gonna lie. Fucking awesome. To get rid of your comments too. I ain't gonna lie. Fucking awesome. I love getting rid of fucking bitches that are like dykes or some shit. Comments. Bitches that are like dykes or some shit. Comments. This is great. I'm fucking removing all his comments one by one. This is great. I'm fucking removing all his comments one by one. Just for the hell of it. I could have got rid of them all at once. Just for the hell of it. I could have got rid of them all at once. Just for the hell of it. I could have got rid of them all at once. It's fun to do it one by one. It just hurts every time, right, Bill? It's fun to do it one by one. It just hurts every time, right, Bill? Oh, Billette. I forgot to tell you. His name is Billette now because he's a female with black hair. I forgot to tell you. His name is Billette now because he's a female with black hair. I forgot to tell you. His name is Billette. He's a female with black hair. Wow, there's a lot of feedback because I'm on my shit. Let's block that. All right, there we go. And then I'm getting ready to block him, but I just want to do this one by one. Just keep removing his comments. It's fucking hilarious. Fucking hilarious. I'm getting rid of all his comments. All right, let's find out if I missed any. Did I miss any? I thought I removed that one down there. It's okay. I'll leave a few comments. Maybe. If I can't remove that one, that'd be fucking weird. But in the meantime, just one by one, one by one, and I even, just remove it. Okay, now let's see. I'll leave those comments. And now I'll block them. Okay, he's blocked. There. There we go. I enjoyed that. That was fun. He just rambled on without any content to his
whatever, trying to act like he's special, but not with any comments. Definitely not in his chat. So when somebody's like that, I already know right away. There's no, and plus, a warlock doesn't make vocal confrontations. If anything, if a warlock has a problem with another warlock, they make a very, very benevolent meeting with them and say, "Look, I don't appreciate that, so let's not do that." Because we're actually like really intelligent and we get along with each other. The only warlocks that we don't get along with are the ones from other parts of the universe as well as other dimensions. Sometimes they can be extremely difficult because they don't have the same rules. And they would never ever get on a computer and start trying to act like a warlock. If you know. Now me, I'm different because I'm a distortion time warlock, and also I am upset with a lot of the human population. So I have a what would you call it? An itch to grind. A chip on my shoulder, if you will, about humanity in itself. Because you know what? I might be a warlock, but I'm still human from the beginning. So I still have reverence for people and want to see improvement. And I'm not about anything negative. And sure, I have been known to go to other people's channels and do stupid shit a warlock wouldn't be expected to do. Yeah, sure, I've trolled a little, sure. And I still do from time to time. But when I say troll, I'm just critical. I'm just critical about them. That's it. You know? Actually, I got this guy in timeout because what I have to do is I have to take a picture of every account that he provides, every new account that he makes. He used to be Mr. Warlock, now he's Bill Doe. So I'm just keeping account, and when I really want to, I can block him. But I mean, officially, he can't speak or do anything, so he's gone. That's worse than being blocked. When you fucking talk and your shit, and yeah. Oh, I knew it was Dan the whole time too. But even Dan is not who he says he is, guys. So Dan is not who he says he is. I already know who Dan claims he lives in the Ozarks, and I already know he doesn't. So I already know who Dan is and where he lives, and it's not a he. So now I was right. He is a bitch. I was right. He is a bitch, and he always acts like a guy when he trolls. So, yeah. No, I already knew that you were a woman, Dan. I already knew that you were a woman, Dan, from day one. I knew you weren't from the Ozarks. Nobody from Alaska moves to the fucking Ozarks, dude. Nobody from the Alaska moves to the Ozarks. I'm just telling you, bro, okay? If anything, somebody from the Ozarks moves to Alaska. Okay? Nobody moves from Alaska to the fucking Ozarks. I already know this shit, all right? The only people that go to Alaska want wildlife like caribou, elk, and that kind of shit, and bears and all kinds of stupid shit. They don't fucking move away from it to a place full of mosquitoes and humidity. Oh, yeah, I do. All right, Dan, I'll be honest with you. I know you're a bitch from day one. I already knew you were a bitch from day one, and you are Tara the Tard now. Now I'm convinced you are Tara the Tard. I never ran a check on you, Dan.
But I'm convinced you're a bitch. Yeah, see, because King Cobra blocked you. King Cobra blocked you. King Cobra blocked you. Okay, Dan? King Cobra blocked you when you were Tara the Tard. So you made up this fake Dan the Man shit, and he probably blocked that shit too. Because you're always trying to be a moderator, Tara, for people. You're always trying to act like a fucking trying to get moderated, be a moderator for a bunch of retarded motherfuckers. No, I got power. You now see just the way you're answering, Tara, is proof you're Tara the Tard. Because you don't even have any juice to your fucking shit. See, look at that. 2 words, 1 word, no sentences. You don't have anything to talk about. But anyway, you're blocked now. No, I'm just having fun. I'm just having fun with you right now. Because I have to show my lawyer the 2 accounts that you created. So I kind of can't really block you right this second because I'm doing something else right now. Sending a picture, a screenshot of you. Faggot. Faggot dyke.